day. I don't know why the audit people always invite me, because I absolutely know nothing about auditing and accounting. You know, that's why I say I will try and understand what distinguished people like yourselves talk about in your circles. Vice Chancellor, thank you. It's good to see you again. And the convener, Professor Cameron Modisani, thank you for inviting me to be part of this great symposium. You know, yesterday and on my way here, there was a big discussion on radio about graduations and how they have lost their decorum. Because people come onto the stage and they dance and they come with asehais, and it's bizarre. I mean, this was generated by an article written by, you know, a journalist and some analysts talking together to say how these things have lost their decorum, which is truly nonsense. Because these guys must have missed the whole discussion about decolonization of education. They must have missed it all. And what made me more irritated was that they even said, if you bring an asehai and a nopkiri, and you know, as your traditional thing, as you receive your gowns, you may intimidate people in the audience. I tried to call a radio station, but because they ask you first what you want to say, and then they said, no, we'll call you back. I know that because I used to be on radio, and before your call comes through, they write there, Professor Lenkambule wants to say you are wrong. And you say, no, don't take that one. But the issue is about universities as not being, or rather scholars have maintained that universities must not be ivory towers, right? They must try to solve the problems of the societies they find themselves in. And increasingly, they must reflect that society. Because I'm not sure if people are waving asehais at these big cultural events. I don't know where the king chooses his 10th wife or whatever. Who are they intimidating there? If they will intimidate people at the stage, or are they talking about people who are sitting on the stage? Maybe some of the professors may be intimidated. And this brings me to why this symposium is so important, because one of the biggest problems we have in our society is corruption. We can't run away from that. You can't have a country that has spent 3 trillion rands just on corruption alone for the last 8 years. You can't have, I mean, the stories are endless. I'm not going to bore you with the stories, you already know them. But in a book by an author, Michelle Kgorong, a book called It's Our Turn to Eat, she tells a horrific story. If you think South African corruption is worse, she tells a story about Kenya, about how just to get public service, I'm not talking about business, you have to bribe some 16 people in a day easily to get the services that you want. It's not an exaggeration, because she explains. It's a whole book. You must go and read it if you haven't read it yet. It's Our Turn to Eat. And it's a horror story. Now I look at all of these things. You can write a whole book. There's a whole magazine actually just dedicated to corruption in the world. And it ranks countries. I think we are ranked somewhere number 80 out of 180 countries. We are up there with the West on corruption. Now the question is, when all these things are, where were the auditors? Where were they? Because, and I'm not talking about small fries of, you know, some person who got angry at the Auditor General's office and went to open a, you know, sort of a sidekick audit firm. I'm talking about big firms, the PwCs of this world. It's a whole range, but I know some of them are here, so I won't mention them all by name. But it's horrific what happens under the watch of auditors. And so while your conference is about continuous audit, I said, this is good. Because, and I won't take too much of your time, but I just want to put this context. Just two or 3 weeks ago, some business people call me and say, hey man, we are in trouble, we need you to have, I don't know whether they think I'm a public protector or what, but there is a township that has sinkholes in some municipality in Merafong. I don't know if you've heard about it. The place is full, is worse sinkholes than, I saw Pretoria, people were having an outrage here with one sinkhole somewhere not far from here. That's nothing compared to that Kgorong municipality. They went to council, they approved 100 million budget to fix those sinkholes and relocate those communities, right? And then they go through this process, the tender process, you know how it's faked it is. Another problem where I wonder, how can auditors and accountants intervene? So they fake this process and then they appoint these people of their own. And now the time to sign comes. And then they say to them, we can't sign until you pay the municipal manager 20 million, which he's going to share with the mayor. I'm telling you a real story. I'm not making this up. Here in Merafong, if this thing is on TV, they can come after me if they like. They want the municipal manager, and they're not saying, no, after you are paid, then you have done the job. No, up front. If you have to borrow it, go and borrow it to the bank. Now, here's the trouble. All of that stuff has delayed the relocation of this community. So they are waiting for another sinkhole to sink a family. Then they will run there and try to look busy. But here's the trouble. You are going to audit after a year and say there was a mismanagement at the point. But people at that time are dead. They are in sinkholes. And so I think your symposium comes at the right time to say, how can auditing be part of combating misdemeanors before they actually impact on society? And that's where the university then doesn't become an ivory tower, but recognizes a problem and intervenes. And of course, if you have to do that, you also have to do introspection to say, where were the auditors? AI is not going to help you, I'm sorry. I know that it's artificial intelligence, continuous, yes. It will help you to gather the data, but it's not going to make you ethical. If anything can worse, I know in academia, I was saying to my students at Vets University, that's why I lecture. If you use AI, I'm going to give you 0. I didn't say you will get less marks and you'll get not. Right? And we'll find out that you use AI. You must use your brain. You can use AI to help you to construct things and so on. But if you give me an assignment, because these days the AI can even do references, can do everything. You just have to say, please write an essay on the achievements of Professor Bonam Mohale in his career and do references. And please, the essay must be 2,000 words long. Enter. In 5 minutes, you have an assignment, a very brilliant one. You will get, from me, you'll get not. I don't know whether it's allowed by the statute, but you get exactly not. There will be no effort, because sometimes they say, oh, we'll give you 10% just for effort because you wrote your name and student number. No, you get not. So all I'm saying is AI is an enabler. It doesn't replace your ethics. If you are corrupt, even with AI, you'll be more corrupt because you'll find ways of corrupting the system with the AI. I hope I've provoked you enough at the conference. I'm sure it's more structured than that. We have excellent speakers today who are going to challenge us, both from here and internationally. Before I call the Vice Chancellor, my other boss, to come and open the conference, gonna ask us to stand up and sing the national anthem as our national prayer to start the event.
Sikaleli Afrika malupakani suhondoayo izo imithandazo yethu Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo murina buluka sitshaba sa Yesu Sichabasa, Yesu, Sichabasa, South Africa. Mighty blow van ons jou hemel, uit die diepte van ons hier, oor ons ewige gebergtes, van die kranse antwoord gee. Sounds the call to come together, and united we shall sing. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land.
Professor Pule Lekambula needs no introduction, but she holds a doctorate in ethics. So I'm always fascinated by her views, and I hope that she will set the tone for our conference. Prof, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Program Director. I am aware that our Program Director needs no introduction. You all know him, do you? Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if Cameron will succeed if I'm not succeeding on this stage, because you cannot see me, you're seeing half of me. So I'm wondering why colleagues did not help those who are challenged like me. Okay. Now it makes sense. You can see me. So I was actually wondering what will happen to Cameron. Don't put us in a quagmire, colleagues. Perhaps accountants must ask, are we developing furniture or infrastructure in ways that are attentive to our diversities? That's an audit area that we don't often think about. Even as you go to the washrooms, here we're trying to correct that. You'll see that the men's washrooms are closer than the women's washrooms. And everywhere else you go, whether in the US, Prof, or in Takria or here. So we have to ask these questions even in accounting professions where you deem your roles as just computational and analytical systems. They drill down to those points. I'm also appreciative that you're saying as we think about artificial intelligence, we must deepen our analysis to look at what are the aspects in the foundation of teaching accounting, associated or cognate disciplines. How do we ensure that we engender ethics we are attentive to the fault lines of the profession, whether you think about the Enron matters, whether you think about the 2008 financial contradictions and so on. So I think I like the fact that you're saying, as Unisa, as colleagues here that are going to be engaging on accounting, sciences, and associated disciplines, and the new developments in digitization and artificial intelligence or machine learning, if the foundational skills are not strong, then these important opportunities and developments will not aid us. So I take that very seriously, and I hope that deliberations this morning will be attentive to these questions that you're raising. I want to remind our colleagues from the US and Turkey and other international environments. Sometimes I see us looking at our watches. and I want to remind you about the interpretation of time. We need to be punctual, but sometimes we need to encounter each other. So please remember time is linear and time is memento. It will help you not to get frustrated in this, in the context of Africa. Let me take the opportunity to thank you, Program Director, for inviting me. I'd like to acknowledge the government of the Republic of South Africa and the participation therein, virtually, but also in person, to acknowledge our Chancellor, His Excellency President Mbeki, who is participating virtually, interested in how we are reflecting on these important matters. Let me acknowledge Professor Bonang Mohale, the chairman of Bidvest Group Limited and the Chancellor of the University of the Free State. Thank you very much for being here. We are honored that you have made the time. We know that we are fortunate to have you amongst us, given your responsibilities, not undermining or trivializing all your, because it's graduation seasons and chancellors are all in graduations. So I think it's very important. Representatives from the government of Turkey, Professor Mehmet Kozdemir, Chief Public Accounts Auditor of the Ministry of Treasury and Finance in Turkey. Professor Miklos Vasilei, Rutgers University, USA, New Jersey. He's also a KPMG Distinguished Professor of Accounting, Information Systems, and Director of Rutgers Accounting Research Center and Continuous Auditing and Reporting Lab. Mr. Vonani Chauke, the Deputy Auditor General of South Africa. Professor Mervyn King, Chair Emeritus of the King Committee on Corporate Governance in South Africa and the Chair at Integrated Reporting Committee of South Africa. There's one story I wanted to tell Professor Bonang. When Professor King was starting his research on the King Code, I had just come from Canada, and some of the work was that he was intersecting with was from the Canadian accounting environment. And I happened to be the consultant for KPMG, Public Service Commission, international, the ones that you were talking about that are doing corruption indices. And therefore, I was one of those unseen people. I wonder if he remembers that. I did most of the research on that element. So whenever people are citing King Code, I'm thinking, Thank you. I understand the roots, and I can say it publicly because sometimes junior researchers, the actual kingpins who run around, are often not known, not seen, and if we don't reclaim our contributions, then we get lost out in the maze. So I'm quite appreciative that this important player in our accounting and governance system is in this important conference. So thank you very much for being here. Professor King. Mr. Emre Nagy, Chief Executive Officer at the Independent Regulatory Board for Auditors, ERBA. If they report you to ERBA, you're in trouble. Professor Sikwe, the Acting Vice Principal, Teaching, Learning, Community Engagement, and Student Support, and of course, the Dean of the College, Executive Dean of the College of Accounting, Dr. Moses Hlongwane, and the Deputy Dean, Professor Cameron Mudisani, as well as all executive deans that are here in support, but also to learn, because this is an area that all of us must be at least attentive to if we are to run successful institutions. All Unisa staff, students, academicians here this morning, Unisa epistemic communities, including students, the symposium delegates and attendees, distinguished guests, good morning. I don't know, your energy is ready for the hard stuff that the program director has already started. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you very much. In the context of Africa, we shouldn't forget who we are. Our own ontologies of what it means to be is really to recognize each other's humanity. And therefore, greetings in our context is not just a routine or mundane activity that we do just to, it's not a chit-chat. It's something that deeply affirms our being, our dignity. And I think accountants, financiers, and auditors is a very important aspect that ethics can share as an important input this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, respected members of the auditing and accounting professions, members of the media, students, friends, on behalf of the University of South Africa, we are immensely proud and privileged to host you this morning and this afternoon in this important conference, but also the opportunity of demonstrating how research is integral to these professions, and therefore the consolidation of a book that invites us to thinking around the transformations in the digitization systems, their impact in the ways that we audit, that we invest, that we hold each other accountable, but also that these professions that we lead are central to the imagination and the co-construction of the future, not only of the profession, but also of the systems, institutions, governance, private sector, public sector, and civic society sectors that you must necessarily be accompanying or be holding accountable or strengthening their governance. We're not only honored to host this at Kgorong this morning at a month when we are celebrating Africa Month, where Africans must look deeply into the wells of knowledge. Are they aiding our country's public accountability? Are they aiding private sector accountability? And are they ensuring that these new developments do not leave us behind? It was Ambassador Diseko yesterday in engaging on the role of G20 who was asking, have we ever had European countries asking for technology transfer from Asia, especially from China? And this speaks to the geopolitical shifts and our attention as the auditing profession, but also as accounting profession and finance professions, to say, what are the geopolitical and economic shifts in the world? Are the theories and strategies or tactics that we've been using in our knowledge arena standing? Are they archaic, or do they require new reflections and new modalities or new standards to being developed? And I think this is quite an important aspect, because as we engage on AI, we're not just talking about AI as a resource. Behind machine learning, artificial intelligence, analytics that are engendered, or the generative information or resources that are produced by artificial intelligence, is also the questions of ownership. Who owns the platforms where the artificial and machine learning is taking place? What is the platform that locates and have the artificial intelligence resources on? What are the intellectual property rights that are engendered into these systems that we are so much singing about, when the ownership systems, but also the user rights, are not located in the context of Africa, or even in the context of the colleagues that I've just referred to in the geo-economic space. So I'm hoping that we're not just going to be using the fetish of the new developments on AI, because it's fashionable. We should talk about it. But we will excavate together, go deeper in understanding what are the contradictions, what are the opportunities, and what aspects of artificial intelligence or machine learning is aiding, and what are the aspects that make sure that we don't own our own information, our own research, our own analysis, because it's in the platforms that we don't own. It's very important. So I'm quite appreciative, therefore, that from international trailblazers like Professor Miklos, known globally as the father of continuous auditing. Do you want to be known as the father? That's even more pristine. He wants to be known as the grandfather of continuous auditing. Professor Mehmet, who is also from Republic of Turkey, who's at the center of thinking through how public sector systems in his country, but also, yes, the European Union partner or member, are attentive to some of those global matters that I've just referred to. And of course, Professor Mervyn King, who's known to you because in all your governance engagements, accountants in South Africa, if you don't have one line that says King Code, you're slaughtered. So Professor Mervyn King, we're quite appreciative of your presence, because all of us sitting in this room know the value and your generosity in strengthening governance systems in our country, but also in the intersections with other countries. Their contribution, both theoretical, practical, speak to the urgent questions facing our professions. How can we integrate technology without compromising ethics? How do we stay ahead of the digital disruptions while remaining grounded in public interest and common good and sustainable development and the futures of our countries in the context of changing climatic changes? How do we transform our profession to be more inclusive, accessible, representative of the aspirations of South Africa, the continent, but also a world that lives with peace, with justice? These are not abstract questions. They lie at the heart of South Africa's professional accounting and auditing environment, where institutions such as SAICA, the IIA, South Africa, the Auditor General of South Africa, CIMA, ISACA, SA, SAIGA, CIBA, sorry, we're very good if you're from Turkey or US, we are very good with acronyms. This is the assignment that you have to ask your neighbors if you're from overseas. And the big 5 audit firms are navigating a historic shift. The convergent technologies, what in the past or fashionably we called the 4IR, and artificial intelligence, are redefining not only the tools we use, but the very nature of assurance, governance, accountability. In this new era, the roles and responsibilities of auditors and accountants have expanded far beyond spreadsheets and compliance checklists. They now include interpreting real-time data, assessing algorithm risks, ensuring that technology serves transparency rather than obscuring it. The South African Institute of Chartered Accountants continues to lead the charge in upskilling professionals and aligning our national accounting standards with global digital competencies. However, I want to say for us as Unisa and our experience is that SAICA has not really helped us on the expansion of digitization. So whereas it may be doing it in other universities, let me say why. And this is an engagement process that we should be having openly. Professor Cameron and Dr. Hlongwane, it's my role to speak truth to power. It's yours to manage relations, and I see auditors will do so. I will manage the relations after, but I should help the organization to think with us. So at a time when we were looking for our accreditation and trying to strengthen ourselves as a university, we were then asked to do in-person contact. Yet we are the first university in this country, and I say it without hesitation, to strengthening online examinations, to strengthening proctoring systems online that are able to engender radio frequency identification systems that ensure that we can hold without any fear thugs who try to mimic our work. And then when we are asked now to go back into a sitting area, why are you not propelling institutions that are doing well and support them to strengthening the fault lines, if there are any? Why do you ask them to do the historic old systems? And I think, SAICA, we need to engage, because I recognize that with universities such as UJ and others, you're asking them to do what we've been doing before COVID-19. And I think, sorry colleagues, it's not a populist statement. It's an invitation that as institutions, we must journey together to strengthening excellence, to ensuring that South African institutions, especially that are innovative, are supported and can share the best practices and insights. This is quite important because with AI, with machine learning, with mathematical competencies that are required to developing algorithms, but also to creating systems that obstruct bandit cultures or thuggish cultures that want to undermine the quality, the excellence, the governance. It's very important that we do so. So we will need to engage with SAICA, AXA, and all of you colleagues on how we can propel these investments that are made in strengthening machine learning, artificial intelligence, digitization systems, but also strengthening research that are associated. And I'm very happy, Mr. Bonani, you're here as the Auditor General Office and all your team, because these are questions that we should be collectively investing in for the country, but also for the competitiveness of the country. When I observe the staff of the World Bank, of the International Monetary Fund, of the Afrexim Bank, and other large financing institutions, including in Asia, I realize that they also invest in PhDs as important arena of accountants and auditors because of these research requirements that are needed. And PhD not only as a fashionable certificates, but to strengthening the research arena of these entities or institutions. And I've been quite worried that here at home, once people get their chartered accountancy certification, it's as though continuous learning is not a component that must be nurtured. I'd like to invite you, accountants, auditors, financiers, to think through this particular area as important if algorithms are going to be taking some of the work that you've been doing, or AI will be taking some of the work that you're doing. And I'm very happy, Professor, that you're leading continuous auditing, because therefore we are invited to constantly looking what are the continuous improvements that should be done to the profession. The Office of the Auditor General of South Africa, a guardian of our democracy and custodian of public sector accountability, has demonstrated how technology can serve public good by embracing real-time auditing, advanced analytics. I think this is a highlight that I must conclude. Sorry. I will do so soon. By embracing real-time auditing, advanced analytics, and continuous monitoring systems, AXA is enabling government accountability in ways that were previously unthinkable. But beyond the technology lies deeper commitment to research, to propelling diverse, skilled workforce, as well as reflecting on the country that we serve, including the opportunities for such. And I think it's a big, likewise, we want to, and the big 5 audit firms, PwC, Deloitte, EY, KPMG, and SNG Grant Thornton. I don't see Unisa students in your companies. I don't see a university that has been intentional on crafting and forming strong financiers, strong auditors, and strong accountants. I don't see them. And I think it's because you have not made the time to engage with us and to look at whether there are opportunities where you find areas of development that we should fine-tune. A lot of our students get their training from the Auditor General, and the Auditor General also is another story. So I think it's very important, colleagues, to look at Unisa, because we work with large numbers, with scale that no university in this continent is able to attend to. And we do so with attention to accreditation systems, not only in South Africa, the Commonwealth of Learning, American accreditation systems. And if we miss that, we will miss the fact that this university produces for you accountants that can be accredited anywhere in the world. And therefore, if we are attentive to that, and especially the Auditor General, now that you're bidding to audit other international environments, what are the engagement opportunities with Unisa? The Auditor General was last year approved to audit UNESCO. Are you aware, colleagues? And let me ask, are you aware? For the first time, an audit company or a public enterprise in a country has been, in South Africa, has been given the right to audit a multilateral institution in an international jurisdiction. I think we should commend the Auditor General. And I also want to appreciate SAICA, therefore, for the continuous engagements on how we can improve the critical skills in these important professions, how we accredit, how we de-accredit, how we look at the enhancements of digital systems, digital platforms, and associated matters. Finally, colleagues, I'll do a little bit of marketing. Not because I am a marketer, but because the college has reminded me to request you to understand that today, as we're doing this book launch, we do it at a college that is quite central to the formation of skills, but also the teaching of majority of students in the country, outside the country, with a university that has a footprint in 130 countries. Equally, they request me to alert you to the fact that our investments in technologies, in artificial intelligence tools, not only for auditing, but for infrastructure management and associated sectors, are quite important in an arena that we can do research with yourselves to understand how the new accounting systems or holding accountability will be impacted by these areas as a test case or a pilot contextual case with our university. Finally, we request all of you public and private enterprises that are strong and committed to these important areas to think seriously around the developments in the future and how we can collectively co-construct accounting professions that are transformational, that are attentive to the local requisites for development as they are for creating the next generations of accountants, investment practice, investment professionals, as well as auditing and associated matters. In the days ahead, I encourage each of you to engage deeply with the insights, case studies, ethical dilemmas presented in this program. Let us use this platform not only to learn, but to connect, to challenge assumptions, to co-create new solutions. May the conversations back here ripple outward into your classrooms, boardrooms, audit committees, but also into co-constructing large enterprises. I hear us talking about the Big Five, and I think in the context of South Africa, the Big Five must ask themselves critical questions. I say this because we used to have the Big Five banks, and there's one bank that has just arisen whose profitability or market share, Ntate Mohale, has become larger than the Big Five. What do we call it now? Is the Big Five still the Big Five in the banking sector? These are critical questions that I request us in this conference to engage with as we look into also how we empower our students, ourselves, our institutions, our country, but also the continent with the critical skills that are required to engender competitiveness, but also a future that we would be proud of as Africans, but also as friends of Africa. Thank you. Welcome to Unisa.
Thank you, Prof. I'm not sure. I don't need this platform. I see my head is cut off on the camera if I stand on it. Prof, congratulations for an excellent tone that you have said, and also congratulations for all the work you have done at the University of South Africa since your appointment here. You know, female vice-chancellors get given a hard time. You know, in other universities, a vice-chancellor is like a god. When they walk there and they say something, it doesn't matter if they raise their voice or nobody will ever say, oh, they are so rude or they are too much. But if it's a woman vice-chancellor, the first thing they say, they don't say they don't know their work. No, they say, no, they are too hard. You know, I don't have to give you examples. But so congratulations, Prof, and also congratulations for being reappointed for a second term. I wish I had a job like that where a year before your contract ends, they say, no, you're appointed already. You've got 6 years of guaranteed work. So congratulations. Those who thought they won't be dealing with you further must be disappointed. But we are proud of your work. I wanted to congratulate you. I lost track of my thought there where I was talking about the universities and ivory towers. So at the graduation of Unisa, can you imagine a brass band of the Zion Christian Church playing there? I'm sure the people who wrote this article would have had a heart attack. They said it has never happened, you know. But when we play this Kadia Musikitu song, right, where half the people don't know what it says, nobody complains. A university must be universal. It means it must understand the melting pot of cultures, right? And so the work that you are going to be doing here is really, for me, the focus must be how does that knowledge change society, you know? My late mother has 2 degrees from Unisa. And my wife has 2 degrees from Unisa. Or 3. She's been studying forever. Yeah, 3. So when I met her, I said, hey, I can't deal with somebody who's not educated. And she registered immediately. I'm not sure when she studied, but we were here 3 times to graduate. I wasn't that lucky. I was a dropout of Unisa in my first year, you know. But so I wanted to just inquire whether if you registered 4 courses And then after 3 months, before you submitted your first assignment, are you still considered an alumni of a place? But my curiosity was on other things today. Our international keynote speaker, Professor Vasiel, when I saw that you are from the United States, I thought, no, at least today we're going to get the inside story about what on earth is happening in your country. Because, just last week, Prof, I think you missed the people on the way here. There are people who left the country as refugees, and I thought I got the number wrong. I thought it's 490. Only to find it's 49. And this morning, sorry if it's fake news, I did read. It's important to read the news just before you get to a place, so you understand, because you could wake up and they've changed the name of a country. They say that the President of the United States said he's disappointed. These guys are a bunch of car guards, man. They're not farmers. Bunch of car guards, and some people who have no idea, and some, he even said some who can't start a John Deere, the tractor. Prof, please come and rescue us. Let's welcome our international keynote speaker, Professor Vasiel from the Rutgers University in the USA.
Welcome. I'm a bit confused about time. No. You give me a 10 minutes notice when I have to finish.
It can take 15 minutes. It's African time, it's okay.
African time. My computer even died with the comments about our illustrious president. I'm not connected to the internet, but good. Well, first, thank you for inviting me. I don't think I need a bench. Can you see me? Yeah, I got tiptoe. Okay. First, thank you for the kind remarks. And I actually this has been interesting to me. I have been preparing this for a while. And I was very surprised, actually, about the number of work we had done with government. It just kind of sneaked in over the last 5, 6 years. And I discovered, and today, this morning, I was talking with someone, and I realized that I excluded one project that we did with the Mayor's Office of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, with the purchase of medications in 6 hospitals. And so it's been interesting, and it's going to generate a lot of follow-up research in our group, because now I understand we do have a serious path in the government arena. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the CALAB, Continuous Auditing and Reporting Laboratory. And I had, one of the things I did is I looked back at when we started this journey in continuous auditing, and was at the famous Bell Laboratories. I have left University of Columbia, went to Bell Labs, and then I didn't go back to Columbia. I stayed at Bell Labs for a while, and then I found myself teaching at night at Rutgers. And so I said, oh, I really should go back to academia. I went back to Rutgers, and the first day I walk in there, the dean calls me in and said, you continue with Bell Labs. And so I said, oh, 2 salaries, not bad. So I stayed with it. And I did that for about 20 more years. And Bell Labs changed. AT&T shrank, and Bell Labs became very proprietary. So I actually am not allowed to talk about some of my work at Bell Labs, but I did publish this, so I can. And then I'm going to talk a little bit what we developed at the continuous auditing, continuous monitoring theory, and tell you what I think is going to happen. but of course no one knows. And then I have one slide about South Africa that my colleague, my friend Trevor Stewart, who was a partner at Deloitte, now retired, provided me when I was talking about auditing in South Africa, so I'm going to comment a little bit about that, very little. And then I'm going to talk about several projects we had with GFOA, Governments Financial Officers Association. And it has been marvelous because they opened all these doors to municipalities and counties, and it was really an eye-opener. And that partnership continues, and we are doing a bundle of projects that you're going to hear about it. And then I'm going to talk about the agent project that we did with the state of Santa Catarina, Brazil. You'll notice I mentioned Brazil a lot. I grew up in Brazil and went to the US for my doctorate, went back to Brazil for 2 years because of visa reasons, and 2 years and 3 months later, I was back in the US because I wanted to do research. And then I was at USC, Columbia University, Bell Labs, and Rutgers. That was the sequence. And I'm going to mention a little bit this kind of interesting work also connected to the GFOA with the city of Burbank. And on our Brazil projects with Santa Catarina, we actually looked at the payroll. And we did this whole continuous auditing idea in payroll. And then we had this idea of saying, can we put a blockchain in there? So we did put a blockchain as an experiment, and was very, very interesting. And I guarantee you there'll be much more work in that direction. And then I remembered, you know, a couple of years ago, before the GFOA, we have been working with the state of New York. One of my PhD students, Kelly Doohan, actually did 2 essays, one on homogenizing performance audits, and the second one, very interesting, looking at the cleanliness of the state or of the city of New York using social media. And so it was very interesting. After I kind of did this, I realized, wow, we are really doing a lot of stuff with government. And then I had this insight that I hadn't had before. Obviously, it's easier to get data from government because they have this kind of open data policy than from companies who are very controlling with their data. We've done projects with large companies like Procter & Gamble, AB InBev, Itaú Bank in Brazil. We've done a lot of them. But it's always a struggle to get data. And we need a lot of data. I always tell my PhD students, you don't have data, you don't exist. And then I'm going to just do a couple of slides in conclusion. So just a couple of things, I find them humorous. My PhD advisor at UCLA told me I could not do an AI dissertation, you are in the accounting department, etc. So I finished up doing a gaming dissertation, was basically called Man-Machine Planning Systems, and it was AI because it had code that changed code. But my advisor didn't quite know that. But we finished up publishing it, worked out very well. Then from 1989 to 2005, we published 6 volumes on AI in accounting and auditing. If you want to waste some money, you can still buy it in Amazon. Costs like $70 or $90. Okay, but don't do that because, interestingly enough, algorithmically, is not that different, except for one thing, generative technology. Generative technology is a total new thing, and we are all crazy about this. And we stopped the AI series because no one was interested in AI. And the other thing that's kind of puzzling to me or strange to me is that everything is called AI today. You know, we have been running Ball and Brown regressions on valuation for 60 years, maybe even more, 64 to now 60 years. They call regression now AI. Everything is AI. these days. And so let's not fall in that thing, and let's say we are using advanced analytics with very deep sources of data. I'll talk to you a little bit about exogenous data with million times larger computational capabilities and some improve algorithmically, which hasn't been that dramatic except for generative technology. Okay, so I had this kind of fun. I told you it took me a little bit while to prepare this. I went back and looked at our early work on continuous auditing. I got to Bell Labs. I was a friend from California of the CFO, and he said, go and have a look at the audit organization. They are big, 350 people. And I came back with these 3 recommendations. They need PCs, they don't use analytics, and they have these very large systems that they have problems with. They don't understand it. So they said, forget about computers. And in 2 weeks, they had 350 desktops because they had a subsidiary called Convergent Technology that had the desktops. And then they made me give lessons of basic computing to them. Second, analytics, they forgot it. But this idea of large systems, they had problems. So they asked me to have a look. And I said, okay, I'm going to develop a method. And this was kind of aggressive. I'm going to develop a method to monitor them. Get me a small system to work with. They gave me the biggest system they had. It was RCAM, which is the customer billing system with maybe 60 million bills a month. And they said, work with this. And I started with 5 people. Bell Labs was fantastic at that time. 20,000 people, 6,000 PhDs, $4 billion budget, sponsored by FAIR. So every time you pay your telephone bill, 4% went to Bell Labs. Okay, so it was spectacular. The US lost the bearing by losing Bell Labs. Meaning, if you look at people that are the Nobel laureates in AI, a couple of them have Bell Labs backgrounds. But now it's kind of small, and they had 11 divisions of research, now they have 4. AT&T merged. This is not what it was. Okay, and it was a shame. Okay, and so when we did RCAM, the first thing I knew from my work before, I said, don't touch the data directly. Extract the data and then work. So we didn't even do that. We actually pick up data from reports and use the report data. It was really fantastic. I found my old slide. And if you look in the right here, there were 140 stations, basically connectors between people and the computer, between people and the telephone system. And then they collected data on tapes, they sent it to 4 data centers, and they basically processed that. We basically pick up the reports from that systems and scan the data out of the reports, and we did that. In the first day that they sent the reports for me at Bell Labs, we crashed the system. And it was like 5 megabytes in the morning, 8 in the evenings. And other places would have fired me or whatever. There they said, we'll take care of that. And they resolved it in 1 day. And then they say, you shouldn't have used email, you should use UUCP, Unix to Unix Communication Protocol. So that was a great place to work. And we finished up developing this thing. And we had managing the system, and we would click in one place, would go to the lower level, click in that place, go into the lower level. And we developed this whole set of standards. And basically, the whole idea of continuous auditing was very simple. You have a standard, you have an actual. Compare one with the other. There is always a difference, either plus or minus. You have a standard for variance. If it's different from that, bigger than that, you create an alert or an alarm. Very simple theory, which we still use it. And in about 2 years, we had the system working. And interestingly enough, we not only had an audit system, we basically stopped the system one day, and we observed a big problem. And then the operating guys came to us and say, why did you do that? And I said, look at what we had. And I never sold the project so fast. In one day, they commissioned the 5 MTS project at the time, $1 million, because they wanted the system. And so we had CPAS, Continuous Process Audit, we had Prometheus, which was for management. Basically the same data, different reports. And they survived for 20 or 30 years, and I think Prometheus is still there. Now the auditors use Prometheus. So that was basically the story, and was a lot of fun. Go back to my old slides and say, oh, I did this in 1989. Okay, actually published the first paper, Hauper and Vassarelli and Hauper, in 91. And it was difficult to get it in because it was so strange. Okay, but it's very highly cited today. And basically today you say, oh, this looks like hypertext here. But this whole technology did not exist at that time. We basically built it. Okay, and you would click, you could click and get this tree, and you actually don't get a tree like that today in hypertext. So it was kind of cool, and we could just go anywhere we wanted on the system and look what was happening with numbers. So at that time, we finished up creating what I called at that time the continuous audit process, published in 91, did a book, we worked with a Brazilian bank, we worked this series of things. In 2003, Siemens came to me and said, guys, we have these 150 subsidiaries, and we only audit them every 2 years or 1 year and a half. We need to do something about this. So we created a parallel methodology for controls. There was a standard control set. We extracted controls, compared them. If they were different, we issued an alert. So, and then we renamed now continuous data audit and continuous control monitor. We actually have original ideas in CCM. We don't patent anything, but people that used it created derivative patents. Our rule at Bell Lab at Rutgers is we don't patent, because we want to use it in many applications. We don't want it to make unique. But anyone that works with us can create a derivative patent. And then about 10 years ago, maybe 8 years ago, one of my PhD students decided that we really want to monitor risk. And so we divided the risk into operating risk, environmental risk, which is basically macroeconomic risk, and the exceptional risks, the ones that have very high level and very low probability. So nuclear plant in Fukushima was examined as a risk, but they thought wasn't big enough to worth building a wall, and they made a mistake. So, so these were the 3 risks, and we did 3 methods of continuous auditing. We did a pile of projects. I could spend a lot of time telling you the projects. They're mainly corporate projects. And we discovered that what we were doing is always, I'm going to take my jacket off, we're always predicting. We are predicting, we are creating, just leave it here. We are creating this risk indexes between 0 and 1, predicting, for example, in an insurance company, what was the risk of paying that life insurance, etc. So that was prediction. And then after a while, we kind of figured out we could stop the things with very high risk. And so we call it continuous intervention, and this is something we could have taught in advance, we didn't. It's just kind of, it's easy to, what you call in America, Monday morning quarterbacking, meaning after things happen, said, I should have done this. We didn't. But that's basically our framework today, and I want to, every element has been using what is now called AI for many years. Meaning AI, meaning I will show you a couple of examples what it is. And just one more thing about this scheme of continuous auditing. We started extracting data either from traditional systems or ERP systems. and we compared the standard with the measurement, as I mentioned. We had a standard of acceptable variance, and from that, if it exceeded it, negative or positive, you create an alert. That's very simple. Now the world changed. Data comes from everywhere. We call it exogenous variable, and comes anything from observing the Earth from satellites, measuring methane gases, counting how many accesses there are in a website, looking at how many people walk into a store, counting the cars in the parking lot. We have projects in all of those variables. I actually teach a PhD class on exogenous variables, and we are trying to develop exogenous-based financial statements and exogenous-based audit risk methodologies. And there are a pile of papers. We're just coming up with a book, should be out in a couple of months, with 12 essays on exogenous variables. And these predictions, so these kind of work together, and what you finish up is detecting variances. If the variance is very large or risky, you interfere. So that's basically the story, but the world is changing. And we have these exogenous variables, and the one thing I always say is, prediction is reasonably easy. The timing of the prediction is very difficult. But I confess, I never predicted generative technology. Never predict. We did a lot of my work at Bell Labs was mainly natural language processing. And I knew we were getting good at it. But I never imagined something that could have these intensive conversations, reasoning, these large language models. We had very large models, but I didn't expect this to happen. And be ready. Next 5 years, everything will be changing. All softwares will have intelligent interfaces, or they will not survive. And you're going to have all this new level of interpretative analytics linking the kind of data we use today, structured ERP data, to qualitative data. And this is incredibly powerful. And just to tell you, in the last 2 years, we probably have 20 papers, maybe 30 papers on using generative technology or something. Irina just finished her dissertation. The 3 essays are ESG and generative technology. And when I do a longer presentation, I have 3 slides with 10 projects each that the students are doing. Everyone is doing 1 or 2 projects, maybe more. So just a little bit of commercial like you did. We are ranked #1 in the world in accounting information systems for last 20 years, etc. We publish a lot. And one thing that I don't have here, but I would like to mention, we developed a modular educational system. We call it BYOC, Build Your Own Course, or SWAM. And basically we have like 70 modules, each one about, I would say an hour, and basically with all this advanced technology. And if you get interested, we can give it to you for access. We are at this moment looking for a couple of partners, and then we're going to start marketing it for money. At this moment, we are not doing that. We're working with Spain, with Brazil, with Canada, and we are trying to get a couple more places. And that's SWAM. SWAM stands for School with a Million Courses, because combinatorics of 70 can be infinite. And one more comment. At Rutgers, I developed this in a course, and I wanted to teach the students, and then my PhD students started using it. Now at Rutgers, we have over 350 enrollments on SWAM every semester. People love it. The students, and it's not only accounting, it comes from everywhere. And just last 2 weeks, we approved the SWAM for finance and one for quantitative methods. So it's very interesting. And now back to what is AI. Okay, these are dissertations selected out of my 70-something dissertations, 5. Look at the years, 1996, AI planning dissertation. 2002, real-time demand monitoring. 2004, neural networks. Now, each neural network had an entry layer, an exit layer, and one hidden layer. Now we have systems with 1,000 hidden layers and 1 billion pieces of data or more. So that's the difference, is the volume. George, in Romania, I do a lot of external dissertations. He did basically a multi-agencies. Agents are a big thing. Sutapat did this clustering dissertation. Clustering is unsupervised learning. So, you know, AI has been around for a while. Okay, and just to tell you the categories, I have around 25 PhD students. We are about 8 faculty, and we have a lot of papers. That's what we do. And we have a lot of general AI. We have doing machine learning for 20 years. Okay, sometimes not called machine learning, but we're machine learning. We've done a lot of natural language processing before generative was here. Now everything is generative. And we have done maybe 10 years of RPA. We've done 7 projects with CPA firms. And now we are doing this thing we call intelligent process automation, which is a mix of intelligent decision making and replacing more traditional keystrokes. And as I was telling you, a lot of LLM projects, large language model projects. This is kind of the panorama at Rutgers. And Trevor gave me this report from South Africa. And it talks about audit outcomes in municipalities. And it doesn't look too good. Okay? And they need desperately some kind of continuous monitoring. People are talking here about bribery. We don't talk too much about bribery. We talk about aberrations. You can decide if it's bribery or not. And I was actually wondering if South Africa is like the US, each municipality or county has a different type of system. Would be great if it's more like Brazil, whereby they pretty much standardizes the interfaces. But this is a great opportunity to more efficient usage of government money. So talking a little bit about the GFOA. Just some basic projects. Burbank is this kind of graphic interface. You must know Power BI or Tableau. That's basically interfacing with the system and creating a whole new set of reports for them. The other thing that we have been doing, Huashia is graduating next week, and it has been basically extracting data from the AFIRs. AFIRs are the annual financial report of not for municipalities, counties, etc. And they are all different. So what we have been doing is using natural language processing and generative technology is creating a standardized set of AFIRs and a database. The ones that we prepared for the GFOA are very good. We have maybe 96% accuracy or better. Is that good? And because we discovered that we can do that, the last project here is a note examination project, whereby we're extracting other things that are in the AFIRs. But the AFIRs happen once a year, and they usually are from 3 to 6 months after the closing. So don't call it continuous, okay? However, the same thing in business. The annual reports or the quarterly reports are very sparse. Think about this. Between 60 to 80% of all trades in the New York Stock Exchange are automated trades, software-based trades. You think they wait for a year to look at the financial report? Second thing, surveys tell us that between around 80 to 85% of the investors that actually invest themselves not in funds or not with these devices don't even look at financial statements, they rely on experts. So the percentage of people that really look at financial statements is pretty small. So how do they invest? Basically, these algorithms are secret. No one is telling you what they are, but we know they are volume related, they are price related, and they are comparative related. You pick up 4 or 5 stocks on a particular industry, you monitor one against the other. If one is substantially undervalued, you buy that. Okay, so that's the kind of thing that they do. But what does that say about our financial statements? They are not very useful at this moment. We need to improve them. We need to put futuristic values, exogenous variables, meaning the number of trucks that come into your location to deposit inventory is a symbol of how much inventory you're buying. How many go out and distributed, that's a symbol. And we can come up with 20 of these things. This is what we need to provide in the future. Now, back to municipalities. You start thinking about what they can do with real-time data. You get totally amazed because you start thinking, you know, maybe these business-oriented financial reports that counties and municipalities and states have are not really appropriate. They are not trying to make money. That's for business. What they are trying to do is a balance between taking money from the people that live there and giving them the best service possible. So we wrote a paper with Irfan Bora talking about 4 or 5 dimensions of municipal county reporting. One is financial, but is not annual financial, is immediate financial. Second one is budgets. Those are yearly or quarterly. But there are other variables. Infrastructure, meaning you need to fix your roads and your sewage. And so that's pretty important. And third one, quality of service. Now, I mentioned before, bringing back, I do this very often, we did this analysis, Kelly's dissertation. We were looking at social media uttered in the city of New York. We separated by longitude, latitude, those social media, extracted the ones that were cleanliness related, classified them in 5 categories, and created an index. So every day, we pretty much know what people have said. People don't say, yeah, my city is beautiful and clean. What they say is, there is garbage here, the garbage truck didn't come, rats attacked my daughter, etc., etc. I can give you much more detailed examples, but it's fantastic what you can do with this data. And we would actually create these automated municipal reports in many dimensions. We haven't done it. That's our plans for the future, and we are going in that direction. So in Burbank, we did this whole thing about budget versus actual. We talk with the lady who is the treasurer, who is the boss there. We ask her, what kind of things you worry about? Tell us what you look for. Tell us what you would like to analyze and you don't analyze now. And then we created this little method of, if we find this, send them an email. If there is no response to the email, escalate it to Jennifer, etc., etc., etc. And we are continuing working on this. I created a Dropbox. It is a box, not a Dropbox. And I put a presentation in there and some slides. I'm going to give you the address. Anyone that wants can go in there, download it, and use it. Okay, and this was actually our extraction of data from AFIRS to homogenize. One thing I did not mention is that if you look at the way banks analyze municipalities for loans, is probably 20 years behind what's done in the private sector. The data just doesn't exist. So this thing is very good data for that, and it's a kind of nice mix of Python, natural language extraction, and then generative technology. Very nice type of project. This is another project also with the GFOA. They have basically GFOA certificate of achievement. So everyone sends their AFIR in, and they examine if it meets the standards. And they do this manually. So we wrote a robotic process automation with some intelligent features to do this extraction and adjustment. They love it, saves them a lot of labor. And my PhD student who did this, he's now also accepted the job. He says, well, this is very interesting, but we need to expand it into other areas. And so that's what he's doing. Okay, and then we discovered, well, we kind of managed to standardize financial statements in municipalities. Why can't we go to the 200-page AFIR and pick up special things? Commitments, doubts, and there is a whole set of standards that GFOA gave us of things that we should be looking for. So this is a current project, will be someone's dissertation. I should know who it is. Okay, and so we are doing some other things. We are verifying accounting data that's being published. We are looking at payroll and visualizing payroll. We looked at social media. We picked up the thing from the city, and we are doing some other things. And we have this very interesting paper now accepted. I don't know if it's out already, but it's accepted, whereby we pick up this concept of smart city, and let's see how smart the city is. And so we look at the geography, and what we looked is the transit of people in transportation. And it was very, very clear that the lower income populations live closer to the center and transport to the center, but their time of flow and the quality of transportation is much worse. So we now are thinking about a series of projects on smart cities and how to improve them. Okay, and so I had a little bit more detail here about collecting data in real time. And so we are doing this kind of translating the data from the different ways you get it. And it's amazing how within one report, they present dates in different ways. So everything is difficult for computers. Now it's much easier. And then this is the payroll study in the US. And this is extraction using social media, and this is actually the city of New York. These are the 5 boroughs of New York, and the comments about cleanliness and the categories of comments about cleanliness. And you can build some pretty cool graphics out of this. And this is a report of the Smart Cities study. And all of these, I have papers on them, so you just send me an email and I'll send you the problem. And now we are thinking about what do we do next. And it finish up is not us anymore, only several other universities are going to be participating. Carnegie, Arkansas, several of them. And one, we are looking at the risk of default. But you see, cities don't really default. They just run into trouble. Cities, what they do, they reduce the services, they clean the cities less, they just make things spend less money because they have this big fixed labor force that they can't change very much, so they basically, and so that's the 4 dimensions that we're examining or we're trying to develop. And we also say cities don't default, so they go in pseudo-bankruptcies. There are a lot of ways that the city doesn't bankrupt, but they are really bankrupt. And you have cities that basically the young people left to find employment, the old people stay there, but the services the city has to give to the elder citizens are bigger than they were before, and the income basically disappeared. And so these are the kind of things that we are trying to measure. Okay, and a couple of Brazilian projects, which I think you'll find interesting. This is a project, actually, we are working for one of the big 4, not big 5, big 4 here in the US. And basically what we are trying to develop is develop this thing that people call intelligent agents. And I wrote a paper on intelligent agents in 2005, chapter of one of my books. Then we had the dissertation on multi-agents, but the difference is they can do much more now. And the other thing is, don't think of an agent as a super AI type of thing. Agent is a device that does something on your behalf. And you put many of them together, you come up with some very nice functionality. And so in this particular project, we actually couldn't get data in the US. So we're doing data in Brazil, and the state of Santa Catarina, south of Brazil, pretty developed state, reasonably European in nature, give us data we want. So we have project in payroll and a project in procurement. And the procurement project is very, very interesting, and there we are trying all these different agents. And just to tell you the types of agents, maybe we have like 15 agents working at this moment, and we are still struggling a little bit with that data, but we are getting there. And so one is basically just agents to return some questions you ask him. The other one is very, very cool. Yugu developed. She basically picks up the item that you are buying. You're buying aspirin, or you're buying chair, okay, picks up the item, well qualified, and then the agent goes on Amazon, finds out at what price a similar device is being sold, and compares one with the other. And we're intending to do even better and more intelligently, but it's super cool. I love it. And I think about the project with the mayor office in Rio de Janeiro, where we are doing medications. I wish we had that at that time. And it doesn't have to be Amazon. Could be anything. So it's pretty cool. Then we kind of figured out what would be red flags, and we called red flags. And then we created this dashboard a la thing that we did with Burbank. And so actually, I know I'm kind of running out of time here. This is actually the steps in the visual audit that we are doing, and what kind of things we do in there, and the 3 major elements of it. And then we said, okay, we did this payroll thing. Let's put a blockchain there and understand how we can use blockchain. So we are going to try intelligent agents here. The paper is ready at this level. So let me just finish up, because I know I'm kind of running out of this, making some conclusions. This idea of continuous auditing started in the middle 80s. The difference now is that you can do much more. And you can use these advanced analytic tools, and you can use generative technology. Many of the methods we already use for a long time are now called AI. The one thing to remember about Gen AI, that you can link qualitative with quantitative. And you can't imagine what will come out there. It's really fantastic. And I learned that working with the government is good. Sometimes they even give you money. They have data. They open the data, and they have a lot of pathologies to be examined, a lot of things that need to be examined. So that's pretty good. And so we have these projects in Brazil, in the US, in states, in cities, and use Gen AI. It's fantastic. And maybe you should try a project in South Africa here. There are a couple of things, if some of you want and find a PhD or 2 PhD students to work on it, we can give it guidance. Maybe I can get one of my PhD students to work. Have to be leading to publications, or we don't do anything without publishing. And I put a couple of videos of these presentations on a public location. And you can click on that, or you can use that address. You don't have to write it down. I gave my deck to the group here, and I didn't put my email address. I'm very easy to find. I'm Miklos, V, no space, @Rutgers.edu. And I do answer my emails. Thank you very much, and sorry I rushed a little bit. And I'll be around if you want to come and ask me some difficult questions. I think I did it in an hour, didn't I?
Yeah, thank you. Another round of applause there for the prof. Yeah, I think my key takeaway there is one sentence there: immediate financial reporting. I think if we did that for municipalities, we'll stop all the corruption. Because as they try to be corrupt, somebody will say, no, stop it now. And I think that's what the continuous auditing for me will solve. Because the trouble with us is that we deal with corruption post facto. So, there was corruption, 10 years ago. Last week, I mean, this is stuff that's happening last week. A report came out from Gauteng saying that 37% of the officials who work for government failed their lifestyle audits. Audits, as an operative word. They failed the test. They failed the test because they do business with themselves. And there was a big storm, and people are saying, what the hell? They do business with themselves. So if I'm a DG, then I register a company called Tavan Incorporated. Maybe I call it with my wife's maiden name so that it's hidden. But it's my business. I'm the sole director there. And I give myself the business. How the hell can auditors not pick that up? And come later and say, no, these people have failed at lifestyle audit and what? Anyway, and politicians always act surprised. When a report comes out, it's like when they talk about teenage pregnancies. It's a big scandal on 90,000 pregnancies. In 2009, a report was given to the Minister of Education, the Menji, who's dealing with better things now in the DRC. And it showed this is a crisis already. But the auditing just fails somewhere. And I think this immediate Prof, this immediate financial reporting, I wish, if anything AI can help us with is that. Then half of these stories will go away, hopefully. Professor Bonang Mohale is a Chancellor of the University of the Free State. He's also group CEO of the Bidvest Group. Just last week, Future Leaders awarded him the Diamond Award for Lifetime Achievement, and I think it was well deserved. Please welcome our next speaker, Professor Bonang Mohale.
Sorry, let me. Equipment, good luck.
You are standing between us and tea. Yeah.
I can write. Professor Mudisane is presidential height. If this is your land, where are your stories? What are your whispers? These authentically simple but profoundly gravid words are the title of Professor J. Edwards Chamberlain's first book, Trying to Find the Middle Ground. You see, if we don't tell our stories, somebody else might tell them in a manner that we don't like. Continuous auditing with AI, by definition, it's backward looking. It's looking at the rear view mirror. The real type of audit is to say, as a country, as a people with great endowments, we want to turn left 1 degree. Then the auditor come afterwards to say, are you left 1 degree? Because auditing can't be just in and of itself. Otherwise, it will be meaningless. It's like saying I'm making progress in the wrong direction. The reason why it's called a political economy, it's because it doesn't matter what you and I do, what companies do. If the politics are not good, they're not sound, they are not resilient in the long term, because we have succeeded in building a sustainable entity in the short term, our impact will amount to naught. We need to ask ourselves as an institution, but as part of a country, to say 31 years into democracy, have we turned left 1 degree? Because the left for us was as simple as, these are the reasons why the ANC was formed in 1912, when they were excluded from the voting process. This is the reason why on the 27th of June 1955 in Kliptown, we came up with the 10 principles of the Freedom Charter. This is why we asked our first democratically elected president, Rolihlahla Nelson Mandela, to sign into law our constitution on the 10th of May, 1996. And today we call it the best constitution in the world. So in the interest of time, really just 2 reasons. One, it's because we wanted to improve the quality of lives of the majority of our people on the one hand. On the other, so that there's a better life for all, not just for elected politicians. To audit that would be more meaningful. Unfortunately, the data is not very flattering. 31 years into democracy, I think the people on whose behalf we said we are ushering in this democracy have gone backwards. They are poorer now compared to 10 years ago. Put differently, the last 20 years, unemployment has been more than 20%. Last 10 has been more than 30%. And that's using the narrow definition, excluding those that we say have given up looking for work in the last 36 months. With 750 days of national lockdown, who would have looked for any job? They are still unemployed. It doesn't matter how you classify them. When 10 young people are not in education, employment, and training, when youth unemployment, the 2 weeks in July of 2021 was 74.9%. That's 8 out of 10 young people who are out of employment. Why are you surprised when the crime levels goes up and Nyaupe usage increases and you're not safe in your home? Auditing that might not be able to help us. When the 65 million of us and yet 30 million of us are on social security, when we became free, we inherited no more than 2 million who are on social security. And the president stands up and says there's 28 million people on social security and we wear it like a badge of honor. When our job was to give them an opportunity to regain their self-worth and their self-respect, because there is no honor in sitting at home and following the direction of the sun with no meaning, with no purpose. And yet, we're not a poor country, just poorly managed. Not even poorly led. Because if you do the math, in the last 10 years, Edward Kgorong has been collecting on average 1.4 trillion South African rands from you and companies. If you divide 1.4 trillion with 65 million South Africans, there's absolutely no reason why anybody should go to bed hungry. That does not need auditing. This last year, he banked 2 trillion. The year before, he collected 2 trillion, having given VAT refunds to companies and to individuals. He banked 1.67 trillion South African rands. So 2 consecutive years, we are a 2 trillion revenue company, when SARS is one of the top 5 revenue collecting agencies in the world. So why then are our people wallowing in the surplus of their imagination, when those people who have don't see it as their job to create holding spaces so that the majority of our people can just participate, not to reach their fullest potential, just their potential. In the last 9 wasted years that we talk about, we stole 1.5 trillion South African rands, as 2/3 of what Edward Kgorong collects per annum. In those 9 wasted years, we were siphoning off on average 20 billion just to the 2 Zukta families. 20 billion. At the beginning of this week, we hear 2 departments in Gauteng, like Ntate JJ Ongkhopotse Tabane was alluding to, just in health and in education. The 2 that people would migrate for out of the 3, they returned to National Treasury 1 trillion rands. When in Gauteng alone, there's more than 800 doctors who are on the top of the food chain called doctors. They are unemployed. There's a problem when we talk of the employed poor. But imagine you have just sold 15 of your cows in Limpopo to go to medical school to be called a doctor. The level of depression when your family looks at you and say, we sold it all because you are our last hope, not our second chance. And you're sitting at home unemployed. And in education, they built a school in Diepsloot. And on the 6th of May, 350 young children has still not been admitted. And yet, it was President Mandela who said education is the shortest way in which one can transcend social classes. Born poor in Alexander, but after 20 years of hard work and application, be able to afford a house in the leafy suburbs of Bryanston. Not because they want a tender, but because they can afford it. They've earned it and they deserve it. That's what we ought to be auditing. Everything else is just grammar. Chinua Achebe is a poet and an author. And in Perfect Igbo reminds us that he is a fool, he who treats his own brother worse than a stranger. That when two brothers fight to death, your stranger will inherit your father's estate. That when a brethren and a kindred has made a mistake, they need to be saved, not blamed. So how then, of all the choices we could have made when the electorates were so clear on the 30th of May 2024, who they voted for clear? They gave 40% to the ANC, this Liberation Party, rightfully punished them for greed taking over. But they gave 15% to MK. That's 55%. Between the two of them, they can decide to go back to the initial intent of 1912, why the ANC was formed, to create a better life for all, not just elected officials, and improve the quality of lives of the majority of them, just between the two of them. If you add the EFF, 11% to 9%, the 64%, they can change the constitution. They don't need to consult anybody or ask for anybody's permission. But the first decision they make is to look to their colonizers, their oppressors and racists, and say, we're better off getting into bed with you than those two. At what stage do we decide that the DA is a better enemy than MK and EFF, especially because these three are not just three black parties. They come from the same womb. So we are poor by choice, not by divination. They call it the Stockholm Syndrome, because it does become possible for the hostage to be sympathetic to your capturer. They were called house niggers because they felt better because they can eat the crumbs from the master's table when the field niggers were out and blacker than black working in the field. And they looked at them and said, you're not part of us, because my aspiration is to be at the main table. And they choose to be in a coalition with the colonizers, the oppressors and the racists, who have no demonstrable track record of collaborating with anybody. Not only did they kill Lindiwe Mazibuko and later on Musima Imane, but we don't agree with them on anything, not just ideologically, but practically the only thing that we can achieve is to make the lawyers rich, because they will challenge everything that we are trying to do to bring about the emancipation of the majority of our people. Because you see, the DA is not in the business of freeing black people. It's in the business of protecting white privilege. If you don't know that, you're missing the mark. If I don't understand that, I'm missing the boat. They disagree with us on all the transformative instruments, in particular broad-based black economic empowerment. That is meant to empower your forebears and your uncles and your aunts so that your nieces and nephews have a better chance. That's why they challenged the Employment Equity Act in the court of law. And they didn't give that assignment to Malachi, Ngubani, and Associates. They gave it to their own. But it becomes painful when we also, in defending it, we don't give it to our own. They disagree with us on the Bella Act, presumably because of two things. One, they want to retain their language of Afrikaans and their admission policy. And yet they're very comfortable, the 49 of them, to go and get their children to learn in English in foreign lands. They disagree with us on the land expropriation without compensation. And yet the 1913 Land Act was the 10th land expropriation without compensation against African people. Their stated intention, you don't even have to Google it. It's all clear for all to see, as articulated by the chairman of their Federal Council, that the ANC is incapable of delivering this democracy. Therefore, we must agitate and orchestrate for their implosion so that we bring our own type of liberal democracy. And these are the people that you choose. Let me end on two anecdotes. So it was that when David Cheats ascended the stage that looks very much like this, in a place that looks very much like this, except it was a dinner, and went on to remind us that it was a rule of law that the black slaves were not allowed to play the white keys of the piano. That all the Negro spirituals were composed using only the black keys. Went on to render that John Newton classic, The Amazing Grace, composed with only 5 black keys. You and I have much more than just 5 black keys. We've got systems and processes and power and a government that we call our own. We've got all the levers. But for some reason, we still go back to our masters to ask for permission. And yet we know that it was Chief Albelu Tulu reminded us that you don't want even your most worst enemy at their most weakest to exclude you as part of the option. That when you go to the oppressor asking for the oppressed solution, the solution will always include the oppressor. That the duration of oppression is never determined by the oppressor, always determined by the oppressed. It's only when the oppressor says this much and no further that it stops. Harriet Tubman is a slave abolitionist. Goes on to remind us that I've freed 1,000 slaves and lament the fact that I could have freed 1,000 more. Only if they knew that they were slaves. This is an institution of high learning. This is called Kgorong. If we don't tell our stories, somebody else might tell them in a manner that we might not like. Kgorong ya Rafuto Letsatsing, where Muhlomi advised Morena Mushweshwe to ascend Tababusiu when Chaka ahlasela ka difaqadi, halfway abathitetsa ka macho. They get broken limbs, and when they're at the bottom, and he names that passage, Kgorong, Yara Futo, Letsatseng. So in institutions of higher learning, unlike philosophers who do very well interpreting the world as it is, here we meant to change it. So we can't be lamenting that our children walk into these graduation halls and they look around lost because they are seeing this for the first time and there's nothing that looks like them. In the robes that we wear, there's nothing that reflects how they were brought up and in the way they celebrate and ululate. Very foreign, outrightly hostile. And yet we are still entertaining articles that says we have lost all decorum. Whose decorum? Because Unisa and where I come from, the University of the Free State, as 2 of the 26 public universities, our job is to usher in a social justice approach in the way that we assess how our people are doing, to create ethical frameworks so that whatever we do is unlike the people that are stealing from the mouths of the babies, the sick and the dying, to bring about a contextualized academic freedom, to bring public ownership of these institutions, unlike Opa Xhozo in Alice, in the University of Fort Hare, because the people that come from the village to go to town, they have to go through this university. Instead of looking and admiring and say, at some stage, I also have an aspiration to send my children here, they would usher them very quickly and say, "Akudlalelwa apha, ndlulani, ndlulani," without internalizing the fact that, is it possible for the public to be both beneficiaries and co-crafters and co-creators of this new world? Because if we don't think for ourselves, we leave our future in the hands of others. It is up to us to create our own new world, to find sustainable funding models for our children, so that we don't have to read about them in the newspapers to say, in 2010, 100,000 of them finished their studies but couldn't graduate because they owe these public universities 26 billion. That is called debt, legacy debt, historical debt, 9.2 billion of which is irrecoverable. Where we see them every day in their corridors and we meet them in the lifts, where they are now beginning to suffer from period poverty and chronic hunger. Because when one steadily burns the midnight oil, one gains access to the domain of knowledge and wisdom, the world of meaning, the world that has no frontiers, the world that cannot be conquered without a persistent crusade.
Yeah, you are correct. Please give him another round of applause. Thank you, Prof. We need more voices like yours as we try and build a country. We need to attack, if you may, attack the challenges of our country from all angles. There must be no place to hide, whether at universities, at businesses, anywhere. We need to be able to raise the voices that prioritizes our people. As you have said, we are not a poor country, so we can't have 14 million people going to bed hungry. Right? And it all comes back to holding each other accountable. We're going to take tea. I'm not sure whether time in audit terms is an audit finding if you are late. Because I think I'm going to make that finding for this conference. Now that the Professor Langambule has left, she's the one who said it's African time. We're going to have tea, but I'm going to appeal to you. Go take your tea. It's exactly 15 minutes break. So those who want to smoke can go and smoke. And if you're not finished with your tea in 15 minutes, you can bring your tea. We'll have a waking tea. So in 15 minutes, we're starting the next session. Whoever is here, we're starting. Okay? Otherwise, I'll make an audit finding about your time unconsciousness. Let's take a break.
Head of Internal Audit. For me, the takeaway is this real-time audit. I think for me to really add value, not to come subsequent, so that you can be able to look at the processes if they are on the right track, and if there are gaps, they can be identified in, and then we can bring the compensating controls so that things can be rectified or they can be identified, risks can be identified immediately and they can be dealt with and people can be held accountable, because I think the problem that people are not getting people are not always being led by this thing. Example that if you are doing something that you are not supposed to do, because the main thing here is about ethics. We all need to be ethical, and I think the auditors needs to also remain objective in what we are doing, and also we need to reflect how did we assist, what did we do. That we need always to ask ourselves. But I think for me, I like this real-time audit. And I remember when I was still making at AG during the COVID, it was done in KZN, and I think the impact and saving our country's money, it really helped. I like it. Thank you.
Wonderful. I think that was very nice. There was a lot of talking this side. I'm sure people are talking about auditing. Anybody, any comment this side before we get into our next session? It's just that you're on the way, so it's your comment over.
No, Bafedi Morale, I'm from Joburg, Kgorong. I'm also...
Oh no.
My take on is also on real auditing. I think it's very important for our country, especially looking at the level of poverty in our country. I think it's going to be beneficial in many issues around corruption, a lot of issues that are negatively impacting our country, especially in the public sectors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Good luck with the Joburg water situation. Anybody this side? You look like you can comment.
I think for me, my takeaway is, my name is Hilda Tadi, And I think my takeaway is also what you mentioned earlier about the timing of reporting. That yes, we look at past transactions and what actually happened in the past, but I think with incorporating continuous auditing in our audit methodology, it also helps us, to be proactive and also help our governments. Though I haven't worked for the government, but I've worked for the government before, but it would really help in terms of improving the reporting, or also just improving the internal controls.
It's for her. Okay. Apparently, it's a gift for people who are talking. My goodness. This is a symposium on another level. I'm not picking on any new people now. You must listen first to the next session and then be ready with your questions. All right, it looks like we're warming up. We're going to go to our next session. Our next session is a panel discussion. I'm going to introduce quickly Professor Lethiwe Nzama-Sithole, who's a distinguished associate professor. Prof, you must tell me how you get this additional title of distinguished instead of a prof, in front of a professor. I'm on a mission to just get a few more titles before I exit, Distinguished associate professor and deputy head in the Department of Commercial Accounting at the University of Johannesburg. She holds a PhD in auditing, and she's also a certified internal auditor. She supervises PhD, MBA, MCom, and BCom honors students. You have got absolutely no excuse. As you heard the Vice Chancellor saying, there is a need to do just more than that CA. I know it's difficult. I'm told that a lot of people fail a lot of times before they get that CA in front of their name. And once they've done that, they say, to hell with the books. Because it's such a, some say they fail it 3 times, 4 times, and whatever. I'm not sure what they put in the exam that they make you fail many times. But we still encourage you, right, to say, even after you finish that first initial qualification, there's a need for generation of new knowledge, right? And I think, Prof, the work that you are doing to encourage others to actually dig deeper into subjects like this is appreciated. Please come and introduce your panel and take over as a moderator of the next session. Thank you. Please give a round of applause.
Thank you so much, Prof. J.J. Tabane. My evenings are not the same anymore. I miss you on screen.
Don't worry, Abby.
So let's appreciate Prof. J.J. Tabane and his contribution. Especially when he runs, before he starts his show, he'll start complaining. And I saw him doing exactly that today. Truly appreciate your insight. He's one of the prominent anchors on TV, on radio, talking about critical issues affecting the country. Truly appreciate you, Prof. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, guests, and all protocols observed. Thank you. As introduced, I'm Professor Lethiwe Nzama-Sithole, an IIA board member, and today I'm representing the IIA community, and tomorrow I'll represent University of Johannesburg. I have an honor to moderate this critical topic where we have the chief audit executives and technologists who will be unpacking the challenges and opportunities that are imposed by AI in auditing landscape. You might ask yourself, what are we referring to when we say auditing? I know we have CAs in the room, so it might be external auditing. We have internal auditors in the room, it might be internal auditing. We have IT gurus in the room. It can also represent you guys as IT auditors. So please, when we refer to auditing, remember we might touch on internal auditing, external auditing, and IT auditing. Artificial intelligence is changing the landscape of auditing across the 3 areas that I've mentioned, the IT, internal auditing, and external auditing. And this panel brings together 5
prominent experts who will share with us in terms of how we are affected by AI. We will have people from training and consulting, public sector auditing, regulation, and governance sectors to explore how AI is shaping our profession. I would now like to call, in no particular order, but I'll be biased because I'm more of women empowerment. I will call Dr. Busisiwe Vilakazi to join me on stage. Just for introduction, Dr. Busisiwe Vilakazi is an electrical engineer with extensive expertise in research, strategy development, project management, and technology governance. She began her career at ESCOM, and I had an issue today with electricity, but I'm here, where she advocated for machine learning techniques in condition-based maintenance and gained technical experience across the energy, health, education, and ICT sectors. She's currently a managing director of Ndilansoa Holdings, a female-owned engineering consulting focused on ICT, energy, and water. And we have water people in the room. Before founding Ndilansoa, she led CETA digital strategy and transformation, aligning technology adoption with governance priorities. Academically, she holds a DPhil in electrical engineering from Oxford University, a BSc and MSc in electrical engineering, and MBA, all from the university, we call it University Next Door at UJ, which is West University. Demonstrating dedication of lifelong learning. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Vilakazi. Again, in no particular order, I'm going to now call Mr. Kgorong Masemula on stage. Kgorong is a founder and a CEO of Orion Cyber, a consulting firm specializing in internal audit, advisory, and training services. With over 16 years of experience in audit, risk management, governance, and data analytics, he has led innovative initiatives in continuous auditing since 2015, leveraging analytic skills honed since 2010. He's an approved trainer for IIA, South Africa Leadership Academy, and ISACA, and is currently training to become a certified AI trainer with ISACA. As an accredited trainer, he delivers CISA and CISMA training through Orion Cyber, an ISACA accredited training partner licensed to offer exam content. I want to emphasize this, colleagues, that Kgorong is a trained ethical hacker. So be careful during the day, because you might be hacked. Kgorong holds academic qualifications from information technology and audit, and he continues to pursue professional development aligned with emerging technologies and governance trends. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Kgorong. Our third panelist is Mr. Emir Negi. Let's welcome Mr. Emir. Mr. Emir is the Chief Executive Officer of Independent Regulatory Board of Auditors, in short, ARBA. He joined ARBA in 2013 as the Director of Inspections, where he was responsible for leading regulatory monitoring, inspection, remediation of registered auditors in South Africa. Before joining ARBA, he held senior roles at several audit firms with over 20 years of experience, and he gained extensive experience in audit execution. On global front, Mr. Emir serves as a board member and chairperson of Audit and Finance Committee of International Forum for Independent Regulators Regulation. In terms of qualification, remember earlier when I said internal, external, and IT, he holds CASA, a Chartered Accountant, South Africa. He's also a registered auditor. He's a member of Institute of Directors as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Emir on the stage. Thank you. And now we go to our fourth panelist, Mr. Everhead Carsten. Welcome. Mr. Carsten is a director and a co-founder of ProZiglog Pty Ltd, a governance consulting firm that provides expert services in internal auditing, risk management, and IT governance. With extensive experience across both public and private sectors, Mr. Everhead Carsten has a proven track record of operational, financial, compliance, and risk-based auditing, as well as developing and implementing governance structures and performance management. He holds key professional certification, such as CIA, which is what we host at IIA, also certified in risk management assurance, also by IIA, certified information system auditor, and he's an active member of the Institute of Internal Auditors. We're proud of you. Academically, Mr. Everhead Carsten holds BCom from the University of Pretoria, BCom honors from the University of South Africa, so he's back home. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Everhead Carsten. Thank you. Lastly, let us welcome Mr. Matlogonolo Murweng. Litlogonolo, sorry. Apologies, Mr. Litlogonolo Murweng is a driven individual who thrives on challenges and always strives to add value. He's an experienced general manager with advanced IT audit, internal audit, IT governance, risk management, leadership, and people skills. So it's important to have people skills, right? Because you won't be able to conduct the audits, they won't let you in. He holds masters in ICT and is a CISA. He has over 20 years experience in both private and public sectors, and currently with the South African Reserve Bank. High personal integrity, that's what he holds. He's a CIA, recently became a CIA. We are proud of you as well. And he holds master's degree in business and executive coaching and master's in management and information communication technology. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Litlogonolo Murweng. Thank you. I would like to acknowledge the Deputy AG who just joined us. Welcome, sir. Okay. I think it's best for me to stand and then sit so I can be able to see the audience, because I like eye contact. I want to connect with everyone here because connection is important. We cannot collaborate if you're not connected. Is that fine with everyone? Thank you. So before we start, I just want the panelists, as they share their views based on the questions I'm going to ask, I would like to engage you in terms of also in your spaces. Please reflect on the questions, see where you at. As they respond, check if you are aligned. If not, there will be a Q&A session after they have addressed all questions that I will present to them. Then you can ask the questions or even share comments based on your experiences. Thank you so much for that, colleagues. So for the first question, which is to all the panelists, I just want to find, and again, ladies first, where I would need you to respond to this question. What are the top two most agent? Okay, I need to give you the mics first. Then you can rotate the mics. Okay? And please do not cram. I'll just keep people. It won't go. I'll choose who needs to answer second. But the first question to you, Dr. Vilakazi, is what are the top two most urgent challenges that AI presents in auditing professional body?
Thank you, Prof, for that question. I think for me, the two main challenges faced by the auditing function when it comes to the use of AI, the first one is just the algorithm and the model transparency and explainability. A lot of the models are currently black box, especially when you look into your deep learning type of models. which is very hard to explain how and why they arrived at a certain decision, then that actually makes it very difficult when it comes to actually your audit defensibility, when you actually have to present to various stakeholders around how you arrived at the audit outcome. So I think for me, that is one of the challenges faced by the audit profession when it comes to the use of AI. The second one is around the skill transformation and overall the profession readiness for the models, because traditionally, I think this is across most industries and sectors. Individuals are trained in a traditional way, and I think in the audit space, you're number checkers. Now you suddenly have to actually have the ability to be a model evaluator, a risk assessor, where you actually now, which requires a different set of skills, and probably more professional skepticism, as well as critical thinking, because you actually have to now interrogate the insights that you get from the models and not take it for granted and end up actually having an over-reliance, which we tend to do as human beings, over-reliance on the technology without actually being able to explain how you arrive at those outcomes, because ultimately, currently, as it stands, the individual is still accountable, the auditor is still accountable for the outcome and being able to defend what they actually present as the audit findings or outcomes. So that will be the two main challenges. And I think, just to close off, for me, ultimately what I see happening in that space, even with these challenges, is that those auditors that actually are able to harness what AI is good at and actually use it effectively are going to replace those who actually don't. I don't see where you're actually in a space where AI completely replaces auditors. So I think it's where the complementarity between what human beings do well, which is the context-based analysis, dealing with ethical dilemmas, will complement what the AI is really good at, analyzing big data, actually being able to find those correlations that the human eye might not necessarily see because of the huge amount of data that individuals are working on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kgorong, what's your view?
I was waiting for the no order. But yeah, I think what the panel member is indicating is quite important, and I think for us, and the last element was touching for me, because there's a key principle that's called human in the loop, where then for some of the supervised models that we are developing currently or are being developed currently, it shows and emphasizes the importance of having a human supervising the specific model. So that is still going to be quite important. So the person who knows AI will be the one who replaces the one who does not know, right? Quite important. But from an auditing point, if we look at our standards, an auditor's ability to evaluate the credibility of the evidence, the credibility of the model itself, right? It's going to be quite important. Other concepts such as your hyperpatterns, they become quite important, because then once you are not able to evaluate a risk in a model, you are going to struggle, right? You will say, no, this model works, only for the bank to collapse the next day because of some of the misinformation that you would have evaluated, right? Thanks.
Thank you so much. Mir, please share with us.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof, and good morning. I see good afternoon, it's turned 12 o'clock. Thank you for having me. Prof, just before I go, just allow me to provide some context, please. So, personally, my view is that there's quite a lot of hype around AI and technology, etc. Sometimes more than I think is necessary. That's just my personal view. I personally do not see AI as a disruptor, but rather a natural progression of human integration with technology. It's certainly not something new. I speak from an external perspective. I've been in the profession for more than 2 decades now, and technology has been part of the evolution of auditing for many, many years. And it's mostly driven by the technology use of clients in their processes and accounting systems, and also the auditors have evolved and as well as regulators, where I'm currently at. Technology is everywhere. It's not just confined to the accounting area. So it's really for me because data is readily available in a digital form. To me, that was the enabler for the next step to be taken, paving the way for further evolution. But just to, if there's some auditors in the room, you would remember, Bonani, 20, 30 years ago, we already had computer-assisted audit techniques. We had data, digital data, we had the opportunity to use technology and software to manipulate that data. So it's not really new. I just think the nature of the technology has evolved and it's become much more sophisticated. The fact is, the advanced use of technology in the auditing profession increases efficiency and effectiveness of an audit. Just an example, yes, I've heard a lot of real-time audit. I've heard also auditors now able to do 100% coverage or sample of a population, not just doing a sample. So there's a lot of benefits there. And it means that there's less time that is now spent by the auditor on mundane tasks, allowing the auditor and the audit team to focus on areas of higher risk that require professional judgment. And that is really, I think, it's a good thing because we believe that it will improve audit quality and accountability. Now, a few challenges. First and foremost, I think we have a training and development challenge. This is new, and you know, there's so much going on. If you attend a training session today, tomorrow, what you've heard yesterday is already outdated. That's because of the fast pace that this is moving. So a few areas that I think is important for training, it's data security, confidentiality of company data, and personal information. You know, importing such sensitive data into an open or an uncontrolled environment is a major risk. Audit firms are very careful in this space because who knows where this data sits. If you do a query on ChatGPT and you put sensitive data in there, who knows where this information sits, and who knows, one day someone will pull up a report and you will get in trouble because there's sensitive information out there in the public domain. The black box effect, I think Prof mentioned that as well. AI should not replace human judgment, at least not for now. The black box effect, I'll unpack a little bit later if there's an opportunity, but that is a problem because you don't know what's going on in the brain of this AI. And as a human, you cannot assess that. Auditors assess. So you can't assess something that you don't know what's the logic behind it. Unethical use, passing off AI as your own work. I'm sure the universities have their hands full with the students using AI and ChatGPT in the background. Yeah, unethical use, passing that off, and using hallucination. These are facts that are fabricated by AI. We've seen that now in several cases where AI fabricates facts, and then it's presented as one's own facts, but it's not facts. So in training, I think those are key areas that need to be looked at. Secondly, I would say more on the broader side, on the social side, there's a digital divide. We have poor people, we have affluent people. Not everyone has access to data, access to technology. There's a digital divide which stems from a social divide, unfortunately, and that's something we need to look into. Lastly, and this might become as a bit of a curveball, and I'll end with this, Prof. There's an environmental impact, and I think this is a challenge. I've heard somebody say that did some research that every ChatGPT, a simple chat on ChatGPT, a query, can use as much as 500 milliliters of water to cool the servers that run those queries. That is in addition to the energy and the electricity that is needed to run these server houses. So we should not forget that technology is great, yes, but on the flip side of the coin, there's a huge impact on the environment.
Interesting, interesting. Thank you so much for that. And now over to you, Mr. Overhead.
Thank you very much, Prof, and thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, everyone. I will obviously talk from an internal audit perspective. As an internal audit company, we have the privilege to not only do internal audits, but to also engage with other internal audit functions in consulting capacities. But we also have the opportunity to engage in quite a bit of training. So I would like to share with you our own experiences and our own challenges when it comes to implementation of artificial intelligence, but also what we hear and experience from others. You asked for two most urgent challenges, and I would like to share two with you, but also share the link between the two. And the first one is, Imre also referred to that, is the hype around artificial intelligence. I think as internal auditors, we still struggle to define what artificial intelligence is and what it is going to have installed for us as internal audit. How should we embrace it? Should we, in fact, use it? A lot of internal auditors fear that they will lose their jobs as a result of artificial intelligence, purely for the fact that we have not been able to define it specifically yet. It's unfortunately one of those things that every organization will have to go through its own process of determining what is the information that we generate, the systems that we use, and what type of artificial intelligence will help us to monitor risks, controls, and help us to ensure that we achieve broad objectives. Linked with that, in the more financial and financial auditing environment, artificial intelligence has been there for a while. There are known models and tools out there which primarily focuses on financial information. Internal auditors, however, have a broader focus as well to look at soft skills, soft controls, organization-wide controls when it comes to if I could refer to the COSA objectives, for example, efficiencies and effectiveness throughout the organization. So when it comes to data analytics, we also have to consider what other data must be included in our focus and how will artificial intelligence help us in that regard. So that's the one challenge. We will probably elaborate in the further discussions around training and those sort of things around this and how we can empower internal auditors. And then the second challenge comes from organizations' readiness to implement artificial intelligence. When we are involved in the private sector in internal audits, the CEO will typically tell you, I've got a business to run, I've got profit to make, shareholders are on my back, so let's just forget about artificial intelligence for the moment. And probably the same happens in the public sector as well. Although I had a discussion during the break with some of our colleagues in the public sector, and we mutually agreed that there are really good systems in certain public sector departments. We can refer to departments that was referred to earlier, like SARS, and I don't want to elaborate too much. But would it not be really amazing if those can become integrated across the government? So, and I'll use an example a bit later on. Those are the two major challenges, and then the link between the two is obviously internal audit joining hands with management and mutually determining what artificial intelligence tools and methods can we both use. I so much liked the reference earlier to continuous monitoring and continuous auditing. And there is a definite link between the two, and artificial intelligence should be able to empower both those sides for the mutual benefit of the organization.
Thank you so much. So you need to harness collective power to understand AI as internal auditors and management. We'd like to hear from you, Mr. Decolonizing.
Good afternoon, and thanks, Prof. And, the risk of speaking last is you have to try to keep being creative as all your ideas get chipped away one person after another. So it's a big challenge, and I'll be brief, Prof. And I don't trust people who say they'll be brief because they never are. This time around, I promise I will be. I think one of the challenges, there's a rhetorical question that gets asked to auditors by those who frown at the work we do generally. Who audits the auditors, right? And I think when it comes to AI, machine learning, it's actually a real question. Who audits the auditor if the auditor is the machine? And I think it's a question that will create challenge in this digital environment. And secondly, I think the issue of trust, people don't really trust easily. And I mean, the outcomes of these machines will have to really be put through their tests so that they can be trusted. Because otherwise, I mean, the outcomes are just going to be outcomes and people are still going to revert back to what they know in order to still trust the systems.
All right, thank you so much. Speaking about trust, there's an issue of growth mindset where some people might be fixed in terms of their mindset, others might be having that growth mindset. And as we have the AI, I believe that will require a mind shift from both internal, external, and IT auditors. So I'd like to pose a question to Mr. Katlego and Mr. Everhard about the auditors. In terms of your own experiences, do you feel internal auditors are currently have the right mindset to embrace AI? And if they don't, do you think, is there a need for us to deliberately push them so that the mindset to embrace technology can be there?
Yeah, so I think even though everyone in this room probably has ChatGPT, has used things like your Siri and any other type of AI model or a chatbot or even a chatbot as simple as that. Even though all of us here, I'm sure some are even logged on their phone right now doing it. Even though we've all done that and we are using it actively in our daily lives, we are seeing a lot of auditors, especially when we do our training, a lot of auditors are still reliant on your traditional way of auditing, right? And when we think traditional way, compliance-based, but in the age of data like this, that is still a struggle where then we are even still having to encourage data analytics. So to think AI, it's a bit even further for them. So there is a need for a mind shift change in the community. I think if you look at the latest standards from the IIA side, they talk a lot about the need for insight and foresight for management, for auditors to stop and become new trusted advisors to these organizations. So because the business is tired of the lagging report, you will come and say, in Q4, this is what we did. The business is trying to understand what must be on their mind right now, what do they need to focus on? And we have, as people who are active in the business, 100% of the time, we have that opportunity and space, and we already have access to the data. So a great mind shift is needed. Currently, I think the appreciation is there, maybe in the newer auditors, but all our CAEs, like the senior management, we are not seeing that appreciation. And I think also at a managerial level, in one of the conversations or panels, we were with a board member, and this board member spoke so eloquently about AI, and he said to us that actually he tasked his IT team to inform the whole organization around cybersecurity and AI and privacy, because these are key things. So when he was speaking, you can tell that he knows. So we need that type of shift and push as a community. I think I'm always emphasizing it wherever I'm speaking, and I think even in this room, to those that are listening, this is the time. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And just from that, when you said the issue is mostly with the chief audit executives and management, I would like to caution the chief audit executives and management in the room that remember you are the role models. You set the tone for the organization. So remember that innovation will make you relevant. So please embrace technology and assist the young ones when they come with exciting advices on what technology can be used for efficient auditing. While we are still on that in terms of training, I just want to find out from you, Mr. Everhard, in terms of what key gaps are there in terms of the current training curriculum, and this is not only limited to CIA, but also CASA and CISA, that you feel they need to reshape a certification to ensure that the technology is also embraced?
Thank you, Prof. A very good question. I think, again, just purely from an internal audit perspective, The CIA exam has also been revamped recently. Previously, there was a lot of emphasis on things like information technology. It seems to have toned down a little bit, which I was pretty sad about. I think it's very important that every single internal auditor, as well as every other internal auditor, embraces knowledge of technology. If we speak to internal auditors in general, and we start getting into the space of data analysis and eventually artificial intelligence, it's quite clear that those ground perceptions and perspective on things like data formats, the origin of data, is still not well understood. And once we don't get an understanding of what data looks like, where it emanates from, how it is used and processed through the organization, it's going to be quite difficult to eventually get to a stage where artificial intelligence will also help us in that regard. So apart from the CIA exam, which I think has to be an internationally kind of an exposure to internal audit topics, and it can't be that specific. It has to maybe trigger some brain power to engage more in these kind of topics, and where organizations such as the Institute of Internal Auditors and the Leadership Academy can improve a lot more, is to not only talk about these things in theory, but to probably start with certain workshops where practical examples are used. People are trained in understanding data, understanding processes, real-life case studies where we can engage with data, we can understand how the data moves. One very important aspect that we also start learning from engaging with our clients is, and especially because internal audit focus is very broad, is that financial data very often is also influenced by data from other sources. I want to use one quick example where we are quite proud with one of our clients, where we engage in continuous auditing to such an extent that we have continuous access to all their financial information. And I want to use one example where they do bank reconciliations. They, due to the business, they do between 40 and 45 bank reconciliations per month. So we have the ability to audit all of those, sometimes retrospectively. We are now in the process of real-time auditing. And one of the things that is coming out is once a person completes a bank reconciliation, they digitally sign it. And it is date and time stamped. So we are now able to not only see that the recon is working, the control is working, but we're also to identify when was the recon performed, what time of the day or evening or even weekend was it performed, which creates another risk, for example, of people being overworked or overburdened or busy with other things when they're supposed to be doing their work. So all of these sort of things, I think, becomes important for internal auditors to understand when it comes to knowledge of the data, and then how artificial intelligence will assist us in identifying real-time or even proactively the risks that may happen.
Thank you so much. And when you refer to the knowledge of the data, earlier on, Dr. Vilakazi mentioned that sometimes with algorithms, you might not have the audit trail of the decision that you're making, and which is can be a concern. And there are also issues of biasness. And I want to come to you, Mr. Emiri, in terms of the regulatory board of auditors, in terms of how do you feel, or how do you see ARBA positioning itself to guide or regulate the use of AI in auditing practice or procedures, especially when it comes to algorithms? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Good question. First of all, let's just look at it from an audit perspective, so from an external audit perspective. So we would have seen over the last 2-3 years in the media that the big four auditing firms each have invested billions of US dollars in the development of advanced technology, which includes AI in their processes, which includes the auditing process, by the way. And they've also, all four of them actually partnered with Microsoft. So, yeah, that's another risk for the regulators, where there's a third-party reliance now of an independent profession, which is a discussion for another day. But from a regulatory perspective, as the RBA, we've proactively issued guidance to our auditors, AI-specific guidance on risks. For example, in 23, we issued the AI Audit Risk Mitigation Guide Bulletin, which highlighted the danger of fabricating audit evidence and to encourage the ethical use of the technology. It was in the early days as well. We've also made technology-related revisions to our code of conduct because for me, as I mentioned earlier, there's a huge risk, ethical risk, when this technology is abused or misused. Especially as auditors, we need to be very careful that, you know, there's professional competence, confidentiality is respected, and that obviously the complexity and the use of technology doesn't murky the water in terms of providing assurance. It should be clear-cut. It should be an audit trail, even if you use the technology. The black box is a big enemy of audit because you cannot re-perform a procedure that happened in a black box. You don't know what was the logic and how the technology actually came to its answer. We've also bolstered our internal capacity, our own knowledge, and we've invested quite significantly in training. And we've also, for example, in our inspection teams that we send to the firms to do monitoring inspections of audit quality. We have IT auditors that are now on our teams, experts in the field of technology that are part of the inspections teams. Because a lot of the files audits that we see nowadays are on high-tech companies using advanced technology. You know, the days of just a substantive approach, I think, is over. We are in the realm of real-time audit, of digital auditing. Secondly, just quickly, obviously, we continue to engage. We take a collaborative approach with firms and other regulators and key stakeholders to build shared frameworks that maintain trust while enabling the technology to progress and to move forward. The fact is regulators will always be one step behind. The technology will always outpace regulation. But as a regulator, that we should not fear that. So, for example, last month in April, we hosted a webinar themed Artificial Intelligence in Finance, Shaping the Future. And if you want to access that, we did put it on our website. And we had some very good insights into the growing use of technology in the finance profession. And you're welcome to have a look at that webinar. Lastly, audit regulators, we're not anti-innovation, not at all. We support artificial intelligence and its adoption where it enhances quality, but with safeguards in place. For example, to your point, how the technology is used. It's important that firms and service providers even critically evaluate their modules or the software that before they implement them and release them to the public or implement them within their firms. This is critically important to show that the testing of the system was done to make sure that the output of such a module can be trusted.
Thank you. And now, when you look at the frameworks that you collaborated with others to come up with and the legislation and the standards, I would like to now touch on Kgorong in terms of your team at South African Reserve Bank. How do you feel they are managing the integration of the AI tools in terms of being innovative in compliance with what has been put in place for regulatory and financial integrity within the organization?
I mean, and it's important that as auditors we do understand that, you know, the good old controls of compliance authority stands and stays, because those are the ones that really protect their institution from abuse. So to answer your question directly, I mean, we engaging with those who conduct research in the area and to see exactly how we are going to use these tools in our daily operation from an audit perspective, and of course in compliance with the architectural principles of the organization. That, you know, we don't go out there and willy-nilly pick out something that could expose the institution to risk, an unmitigated risk at that. So there's a balance between let's innovate, let's do the things that are that are clever, that are fancy, but at the same time, let's ensure that that happens in a controlled environment, because otherwise, you could then introduce risk that then could have detrimental effects on not just the audit profession, but the organization itself. So I think at the principal level, there's the balance that we're trying to hold to ensure that there's progress, but at the same time, there's caution.
All right, thank you so much. And related to that, as they embrace the balance of compliance and being innovative, as a board member, Dr. Vilakazi, I just want to find out from you, what is the board's responsibility in understanding and overseeing the AI-driven auditing initiatives from governance and accountability perspective?
Thank you for that question. It's a good one. I think, the role of the board ultimately when it comes to any use of technology, and particularly AI, is to ensure that the use of AI is done effectively, ethically, and transparently. And I think for that to be able to happen, it means the board itself needs to actually understand the strategic role AI can or currently plays in the business. That means each board member needs some level of working understanding of AI so that they're able to ask the right questions around how accurate is this data, how accurate are the models, who has developed the models, and further on in terms of when we use the models, in terms of the data, whether there's safeguards in place to ensure that our data remain safe, especially now with that, there's a huge exposure in terms of cyber. You increase your cyber risk exposure because now you have your data sitting in multiple platforms. So that will be the first point. I think then the second point for the board is to ensure that it embeds AI in its governance processes, to ensure that there's clear accountability, whether it assigns that accountability to a committee that will actually monitor the overall use of AI within the organization and then report to the board. But it actually needs to be embedded in the governance structure of an organization. And I think thirdly is just around my issue around the ethical use and transparent use of AI to ensure fairness. And that goes to the issue of, even though we are using these tools, we need to be able to explain how we arrived at decisions that we arrived at as an organization, to ensure, especially where we deal with individuals, so that people understand that if you were declined a certain thing, these are the reason we can't just say a model didn't. So I think that for me becomes important for a board to, especially as we engage with our overall stakeholders, that there's a clear understanding of some audit understandability of the decisions that we do using this model. I think ultimately for me, the board needs to actually manage AI exactly the way we manage any strategic tool, and while ensuring that it maintains that sweet spot between accountability and allowing management to be innovative in actually executing the strategy of the organization. So I think that for me will be the three main issues that the board needs to ensure that from a governance perspective, it's covered when it manages AI within the organization.
Thank you, Doctor. So audit board members need to be enablers and not gatekeepers related to the auditing to ensure there's proper governance. Colleagues, I don't want to get a finding from Prof. JJ in terms of time. So I will now ask for our panelists, before I open the floor, I would like them to just share a statement as call for action, where they will say, we have covered challenges. Now, these are opportunities that you in the room, you need to embrace, the opportunities that are there with AI and related to the profession. So I'm going to ask them, and we'll start this side from the Kgorong, where they'll give a statement as a statement, not as a paragraph, but a statement in 2 lines in terms of what opportunities need to be embraced by auditors to ensure that as technology is there, they remain relevant, they become innovative, and they add value to their organizations. Over to you, Kgorong.
3, 2, 1. Technology is here. We need to see around the corners, and there's nothing that can give us that better than artificial intelligence.
Thank you. Mr. Everhart?
Thank you, Prof. For internal auditors, take the leap, spend quality time in defining your artificial intelligence for your own purpose, but also, as referred to the previous speaker, identify how we are also going to audit artificial intelligence in our organizations from a governance and a risk and a control point of view.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. From an external audit perspective, I think it's important to embrace continuous auditing and monitoring, leverage predictive analytics for proactive risk management, and build a data-driven governance culture. AI will not replace humans, at least not for now, but humans that do not embrace technology or integrate with AI will become redundant and may be replaced. And another last thing, Prof, to keep an eye out for is AI overseeing humans, or are humans overseeing AI? I'll leave you with that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Katlego?
Thank you. Yeah, I think for our audit community, it's really time for us to provide the foresight and the insight to management. Nothing more. We will be taken more serious once we are able to show management who we really are. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Vilagazi?
Thank you. For me, it's just don't wait for a crisis or regulation to harness the power of AI. This is an opportunity to move the audit function from a control function to a more strategic support function for the business. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Round of applause to our panelists. Okay, now I need colleagues to assist me in terms of the roaming mics. If you have a question, kindly raise your hand, introduce yourself, indicating your name, your surname, which organization you come from, and your question kindly be concise. Thank you. We have a hand here. I'm not sure who's assisting us. Okay. Can I please Okay. We have a question there at the back. Any other questions? Another one that side. Please participate. There will be prizes for participators. Okay, you can start.
Thank you, Chair. It's Clarissa Engelbrecht, Department of Auditing, Unisa. I want to ask the panel about how they see health and wellness threats in terms of AI use. I'm giving an example of SARS starting to send out notifications 24/7 and humans having to respond to the world of new AI, and France passing legislation to limit the 24/7 use of technology, giving humans a human break. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question this side? Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay. Afternoon. My name is Nontando Miaza from Treasury. My one is to the panelists. How then do we leverage the digital ecosystem and making sure that the different, like as the panelists, they come from different spheres and different responsibilities. How then do we harness the whole information that they have been giving us and making sure that as auditors in co-creation of this new digital age, we harness it and become relevant in this new age of digital age in our organization? How then do we do that?
Thank you so much. There's a hand at the back. I see two hands. Another one this side. We'll take 5 questions, then allow the panelists to respond to them. Noted. Thank you.
Is it on? Thank you so much, Prof. I think one of my questions is...
Kindly introduce yourself.
Apologies on that one. So my name is Opresi and Mtolo, Assistant Manager Internal Audit from Agrisita, also a member of the IIA in the Pretoria region. So my first question is, how do we deal with machine bias? Considering that we are now encouraging the use of AI within the planning of the audit and the execution. So currently we don't necessarily have an AI policy framework. There is work towards enacting such a policy, but currently we don't. So how do we then support internal auditors when we're encouraging them to use AI? How do we deal with the phenomenon of machine bias. Also, just my second last question. In terms of agile auditing, why is agile auditing often left out in these discussions? The reason why I'm asking this is because when you look at continuous auditing, it's nevertheless talk to the same thing as agile auditing. We are encouraging providing real-time assurance. It goes even further to say, let's also bring in the technologies that comes with agile auditing, the likes of your Scrum ban, your Kanban, and so forth. So why in these spaces are we often leaving out agile auditing? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, kindly ensure your questions are concise.
Chair, he forgot to mention that he's my PhD student. PhD.
No one is taking advantage.
Yes, focusing on AI.
Okay, there's another hand there. That will be the fifth hand. Then we allow the panel to respond.
Thanks, Prof. I'm Patrick Pagat from the city of Ekurhuleni. My question is directed to Dr. Vilakazi. She spoke about an inter-audit becoming kind of strategic partner. So now I'm asking from her side to just give an insight as to say how could internal audit drive that perspective and then kind of bring the management into play.
Okay, thank you. I'm asked to take two more, then we close the questions, right? So, okay, you can ask, but look, please wait before you continue asking. Did we take note of the questions? Okay, proper. You can continue.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. My name is William Munipao from Johannesburg Water, Internal Audit. My question is straight to the point. Is how do you deal with ethical dilemma when it comes to AI within the organization? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can give it to the lady, the winemaker. This lady with the pink toque. Oh, okay. So we have another one here. Okay, thank you. We will now move to the questions. Then we might give you, allow it depending on Prof. JJ. So we'll give you a chance to respond to the questions asked. Over to you, colleagues.
Thank you. I'll respond to the first one that was asked directly to me. How does auditors ensure that they become a strategic partner to the business? I think for me, this is where I was saying harnessing the power of AI when it actually, I think, already around the continuous monitoring, because currently your audit is quite retrospective and periodic. So if you actually now start using AI, you move that into real time, where you're actually, in terms of how you identify, assess, and respond to risk becomes completely different. So that, because with that, you are able to actually provide early warning signs in terms of both risk and opportunities to management and the board, so that they can be able to respond on time, not you should have done, versus you could actually still be able to do this because this is the opportunity that still sits with you, and this is what actually we see in the data that as we do in real-time audit. And I think the second one will be around when you look at also just the power of the AI, the fact that it can process a huge volume of data that is humanly impossible to do. So with that, you are actually, for very high risk and interconnected businesses, you are able to actually, when you're doing this real time, be able to find correlation where necessarily a human being, and I think it was mentioned by one of the panelists, that the data is influenced by various things, and usually as human beings, sometimes we don't find those correlations. But if you actually put this data and it's processed, you are able to actually get that insight, and you become, from the role that you play to the board and management, it becomes completely different from you just telling me I should have done something because you picked up 18 months ago, this is what happened.
100%.
Moving into the future.
Thank you. And now, who's taking the other question? Katlego?
Yeah, and I appreciate Dr. Vilakazi's points, very good points. So For the ethical one, I think there were two
There were
questions.
two, biasness and ethical
Yeah,
standing, which is the same
both
thing.
of them, I think, essentially the same.
Mm.
It's quite important to understand and appreciate the overall governance framework around our AI. And the governance framework will essentially help us in terms of unpacking the life cycle in which this model was created, right? What did it go through? What information was it fed in order to be trained, right? When we move further into machine learning, we have to understand the functionalities and the capabilities. One of the key things and principles just around the functionalities of AI is the theory of mind. So we call this model ATOM. And in the theory of mind, it simply says we must remember that when we are creating this model, it's meant to literally learn that a human, because it's supposed to mimic human behavior, so a human can and will be sometimes influenced by behavior in their environment and surroundings. So even the same AI, it can be biased, just like us, right? So the governance around, or the governance framework that we set becomes very important. So the governance around the data that we set up, even the model, how it was designed, at a fundamental core, the algorithms, they're very, very important. And we see this a lot, especially when we start to talk neural networks and machine learning. This is where then the emphasis really comes through. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you. I'll try and cover a few. So on the question of mental wellness, I think that's a very, very good question, because we all suffer from data overload, even before AI. I think we had data overload. So we need to filter what's relevant in our daily lives. But two sort of responses from my side. I think the firm or the company culture should be supportive of its people. Because people will leave, especially younger generations will leave if you overburden them with and don't give them proper boundaries. Us older generation, I mean, we can stick it out, but I can promise you, young people, you know, they set boundaries for themselves because they grew up in this space. Secondly, it's personally, so the companies need to embrace this and be supportive of their teams. Secondly, we need to set personal boundaries. I agree, that this is a problem, but there's a lot that we can do to manage this. But also, it's important to set these boundaries and agree these boundaries with your employer and with your clients and with your stakeholders. To set the boundaries so they know, after 10 at night, I'm not going to respond unless it's a crisis. Second question was around tone at the top. I think leadership need to embrace technology, invest in advanced technology, and train their people on advanced technology. And then around the bias and ethical dilemma, I think what's important, and I'm speaking from audit firms' perspective, is to make sure that you operate artificial intelligence in a controlled environment. You cannot use open source language models, etc., to do your work. You need to control it. You need to test it in advance, document that. And of course, to address the bias, the question of bias is human oversight. Human oversight remain critical. Without it, AI cannot be trusted, and the output cannot be, might not be appropriate. And addressing ethical dilemmas is we need governance, as you mentioned, user policies, the ethical use of artificial intelligence, training and awareness, which must be ongoing as these things are implemented within an organization and put forward. So yes, there's a lot that can be done, but I can summarize it. There's governance and some self-management that needs to happen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Culture is important. There's a phrase where they say, culture eats strategy. So if there's no proper culture, your strategy is flawed. It won't be implemented. I just want to check if our two panelists also wants to add. You want to add?
Thank you, Chair. Just one comment, maybe trying to address the questions around being a strategic partner as an internal audit and the concept of agile auditing. When the question arose, it immediately made me think about, and I'm pretty sure Prof. Mervyn King will support me in that, combined assurance. As internal audit, I think that's a very important part of our strategic partnership with management, is to make sure that AI will be properly spread through all the assurance providers, that we don't overburden, again, massive amounts of information to the audit committee, but that we make sure it is focused on the areas where it is most appropriate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Do you want to also add?
I think there was one question missed. Otherwise, I would have said nothing from my side.
Okay. which question is that?
The one that was about agile. Why?
Oh, yes,
bringing
yes,
agile
yes,
into the
yes.
conversation. But I
Yes.
could hear a suggestion undertone in that question.
Mm.
Maybe the simple answer is those who arrange this conference next time don't leave out agile auditing.
Thank you. And he is a PhD student, and maybe in his recommendation or findings, he might come up with agile auditing. Colleagues, for the sake of time, I'm going to conclude here, or else check with the program director if I can be given 5 more minutes so to comply. Thank you so much. We'll only take 3 questions. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Levi. I'm a TUT student in internal auditing, and my question is much easier than everybody else's question. So my question is, as an upcoming internal auditor, which certifications can I prioritize to be kind of an expert in information systems auditing? So yeah, that's what I want to know.
Thank you so much. You want us to fight now for our designations? Okay. There is a question, yes, over to you.
Good morning, good morning. My name is Decolonizing. I am from South African Youth Parliament, probably the future leader of this country, the one who's not a politician, but a true leader. My question is, what does the future in auditing look like? Are we professionals, young professionals, and in 5 years to come, will KPMG will hire one internal auditor and AI will be the team leaders, team members? Or how does it look like? Should we continue studying or will be replaced by AI? How does it look like? Thank you.
Okay, that question now, my job is at risk if you ask that question. Yes? Okay, there is, yes, the question, then I'll take Prof. Louis at the end, so you can ask, there's a hand there as well. That will be the last question.
Okay. Afternoon, everyone. Professionals. My name is Symposium. I'm currently an alumni of Unisa and also a student of Unisa in accounting science. My question is it's on the three spheres of your spectrum in terms of your discussion. Number one, it is the energy efficiency in terms of utilizing of this AI, actually. As we know that AI, it needs a lot of energy in terms of the electrical part, supply part of things. And also, what are the plans are there in terms of when we going to maybe experience what happened 2 years back with the sun radiation storm that happened, that made all of the systems, IT systems, to go down, actually. What are the things that maybe as new auditors or new accountants, we are going to learn about AI and how to do things in an AI way, actually. So how do we make sure that if ever we have data loss, we can able to speed up in terms of those data loss through maybe different storms and different things. And also in terms of the remuneration part of things, because of you are grooming a lot of accountants in the space whereby AI is now making things simpler. So how and what are the plans in terms of making sure that we safeguard the profession of the profession of accountancy in the AI space, so that we can.
Thank you so much. I'm trying to avoid getting a finding.
Oh, okay.
But your question is noted.
Oh, okay. No.
Over to you, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you. Afternoon, colleagues. Yeah, from my side, we are all obviously talking about artificial intelligence, data analytics, and full population testing. And audit sampling is seen or referred to as one of those more traditional approaches in gathering your audit evidence. The question to the panel, obviously I've got a view on that. Just a question out there. With all these exceptions, because I mean, let's say you're in the banking industry and you're looking at verifying the home loan accounts. It could easily be 11 million transactions, and now based on the rule that's created and the exception that kicks out, it could kick out still 2,000 exceptions. And I think earlier on it was also mentioned, you know, we as internal auditors, as human beings, might feel our jobs are threatened. So I think for me it's the relevancy of audit sampling in the era of AI.
Thank you so much for that. Panelists, I'm going to only allow 4 responses, so it can either be from 4 of you or one person taking all 4 questions. Thank you.
So it will be 4 of us, which is fine. Look, I think to my fellow TUT graduates, always happy to be getting customers at these things. So I think the most, if you look at where the world is, everyone is talking IT. There's a whole lot of professionals, even from international. So an IT-related certification is quite important. In the auditing profession, CISA, right? South Africa, we are offering it, and we are a key implementer in terms of technology-related programs. So CISA is quite the one to have. Anything around analytics and security, we also offer those. Thank you.
Thank you. That was marketing for you, yes?
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. So on the future of audit, most audit firms, especially the big ones, are multidisciplinary teams. So they have audit teams, and they also have consulting and advisory teams that specialize in a wide range of areas. But I think human oversight will remain key for now. I think we're not at risk of AI taking over humans, at least maybe tasks, but not the person, as long as they're trained up in the use of AI. Otherwise, they might be fired. But anyway, there is this word, and you can maybe Google it if you're not familiar with it, agentic AI, which is a new form of AI. I think it's the next step of AI, training AI to take decisions. And I think that's a whole new realm that, as regulators, we are fearful of, because we wouldn't know how to deal with it. On energy, I think it's important for those energy providers that house these warehouses or data warehouses to use green energy like water, wind, and solar, so that it doesn't impact on the environment by using dirty energy. Data loss and contingency, I think every company must have a contingency plan in place. If there's a blackout, we need to have some procedures in place to continue operating. But yes, we are so reliant now on technology, we might lose it. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thanks, Chair. 2 quick responses. First, to the students who are still studying and pursuing some certification. I think you can obtain qualifications or certifications from 2 main sources. The one you will get a certificate for, which is probably a CIA in combination with a CISA. The other one you will not get any paperwork from, and that's from the University of Life. Make your hands dirty. Get as much information as possible. Be inquisitive. Continue learning. That's very important. And then on the concept of sampling, when data analytics became an issue, I was so glad that I finally will not have to do any sampling anymore. But it was short-lived. I think sampling, when it comes to artificial intelligence, and I want to leave a thought in your midst. Yes, we will have access to millions of pieces of data. We will start auditing by exception, but will it be possible for artificial intelligence to help us to select the most appropriate sample?
Thank you. Relevance is important. Thank you. Do you want to add? Thank you so much to our panelists. Please give them a round of applause. No, you can remain seated. Do not rush. So I'd like to thank our panelists and also thank you, the audience, because you were phenomenal. You were engaging. Truly appreciate that. Today's discussion has shown that while AI presents some challenges, it also comes with opportunities, and we need to ensure that we embrace the opportunities. So as profession, we embrace AI not with fear, but with intention. To the Chief Audit Executive, be intentional. To management, be intentional to set the tone at the top. And also with integrity, that means investing in training, rethinking the frameworks that we use, creating a culture that welcomes innovation. Let us go forward with the call to action to lead responsibly, learn continuously, ensure that AI becomes a trusted ally in our journey of audit excellence. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It was an honor.
We can come up and so. The first one. The first one.
Let's give the panel a round of applause. Thanks, Prof. Lethiwe, for the fantastic moderation there. I actually thought that the topic was very simple. I initially thought it was going to be too complicated, but I think it was quite, you simplified it. Right? And I hope that you will find a way to make it work. At the end, the symposium won't matter if you don't implement anything. That's why the part about way forward or next steps or call to action is always where many dialogues fail. In South Africa, they even gave it a name. You know, after 1994, they said there's a new word, boss berad. I was wondering, where was this word, boss berad, before 94? Or maybe we were excluded from the boss berads. They were there, but they had nothing to do with us, you know. Anyway, I've got some bad news. The bad news is that the lunch is delayed, so we'll have a lunch in 30 minutes. So I'm going to call our next speaker, who was supposed to be after lunch. This is a golden thing, because usually after lunch, people try to sleep while you are talking, because they are full, you know. So if you are put to be after lunch as a speaker and you are moved up to be before lunch, I mean, that's the best thing an auditor can ask for, you know. Because I'm sure you audit in the mornings, because after lunch, people may give you wrong information. Anyway, our Deputy Auditor General of South Africa, Mr. Vunani Chauke, I think he spoke at the last conference that I was at. And I'm trying to remember whether he answered my questions then. About a simple thing. You know, a few years ago, the Auditor General, the late Makwetu, went to Parliament and said, hey man, there's trouble. Last year it was 30 million, this year is 40 million, next year 60 million, wasted expenditure, wasteful expenditure, right? please help me, because these people don't listen. Because remember, the idea of an audit, and when they give you a report as a manager, is to improve. To say, no, there was something wrong here, strengthen that control here, tighten the screw there, you know. But if year after year, they're saying only 15 municipalities out of 298 got a clean audit. Imagine that number. You know, I think they said 5% of municipalities, but I think in my head, I remember 15 out of 298. So the Auditor General goes to Parliament and says, hey man, give me powers so that I can do something about the people who don't listen. I don't remember what he answered, but I hope as you talk about AI and continuous monitoring, you will tell me whether the Auditor General has used those powers to prosecute even just one person who stole money. Please welcome the Deputy Auditor General of South Africa.
How are you, my brother? I'm good. You see, I didn't want you to ask the question. So I tried to make sure that it doesn't, but the question that I was going to ask is that, are we using our powers as the AGSA? And I hope I will be nice and quick. I do know that I'm standing between you and lunch, which I do appreciate, so I will not really go deep into the conversations. I do have a slide, but I'll try to move as quickly as possible and try to answer some of the questions that were asked in the last session. I always try to arrive a little bit earlier for my presentation to hear what the questions are in order to make sure that we remain relevant in our discussion. So usually I get a click and I normally look important when I can press something and then something happens in the screen, but it's not happening anymore. By the time it gets there, I was going to talk about our mission as a GSA. So our mission, do we just press the manual thing? Okay, it still works, okay, yeah, it still works. So what does the AGSA stand for? What is our mission? What is our vision? It is important for us to remain relevant. And there was a question over there about being agile. Do you recall in around Feb, March in 2020, the president called a family meeting and said, fellow South African, we're going to close down the country. We were also closed down as the AGSA. But we realized that we can't remain closed down. And I want to share a story with you, which keeps prompting my vision in terms of what can we keep doing as auditors. And this doesn't just speak to external audit in the public sector or external audit in the private sector or external, it can be anyone. So around that time, there were a lot of departments that closed down. There were few that were open. Do we still recall them? It was the health people. And because people were not working, the labor sector was also open to pay people who were not going to work. I wasn't part of AG back then, but I repeat this story because I feel it was one of the fundamental things you can do as an auditor to remain relevant. Because most of our auditees were not available and we have to do something, the leaders back then realized that we can play a very relevant role as AG to be agile, to be doing real-time audit. And what they decided was to assist some of those entities that were paying billions of funds for people who were not going to work. One of that entity was ComFund. I just so happened to be working with AG supporting them. But the story around there was that because they could focus on one auditee that was pushing a lot of cash out there, they were able to assist that particular auditee by doing real-time audit to assist them. At some stage, before they press the release button to pay people, they could see the exceptions that they were making potential fraudulent or as payments which had issues. I'm repeating this story because I keep asking myself to say, what made us do that? So the one thing is, we were able to focus. Thank you. So the one thing is, AG was able to focus because we didn't have the distraction of all the auditees, because they were all not working. So there was only few that were working. And now we have to ask ourselves and say, what can we do to be relevant? And in those particular things, we can clearly see that there is one particular entity that is pumping a lot of money. And I want to use this because it's a critical principle of auditing, and it talks to the topic of today, continuous auditing and artificial intelligence. Because that capability allows us as auditors to focus. And when you focus, you add value to the process. Whether you're doing it as an external auditor, you're doing it as an internal auditor, but at the end of the day, you will be able to be adding value in the value proposition of the organization that you are doing the work for. In the absence of focus, we'll end up going to count petty cash. And that's not what we're supposed to do as auditors. So I'd like to thank the Prof for inviting me. Good afternoon, everyone. In the rush to give you time to get to lunch, I forgot my manners. On behalf of AG Tsakane Maluleke, who could not be here, I would like to extend a very warm culture shift afternoon greeting to you. Why do I talk culture shift? Because it's an important aspect of what we should be doing as a country, to be able to say, and I like Prof earlier on, hey, you know, when you come to Unisa, everyone is Prof here. Prof, you know. Hey, one day I must get the Prof's first name as well. I'll just go and change it at Home Affairs. It's going to be a quicker way. Why am I talking culture shift? Because at the end of the day, everything we do, it boils down to culture. They say culture eats strategy for breakfast. Culture will destroy our country if we do not address it. I want to repeat that. If we accept the wrong culture as a way of doing things, it will destroy our country. It will destroy our companies. It will destroy our families. So it is important that we address it. I don't understand though. In a room full of academics, why don't we teach enough about culture? Or I went to the wrong faculty. I don't know. In my entire 3 years of failing my BCom, I didn't see any comments course about culture. Or is it in philosophy? But it's fundamental. It's critical in business. If you see businesses that has failed, and you go back to what went wrong, you bring down to one thing, culture. So why do you ignore it? And can you ever audit culture? Think about it. Who in their audit plan has got any particular approach to audit culture? If you do, please come talk to me. I want to hire you. Why are we not addressing a fundamental principle that can destroy a country, destroy a family, and destroy companies? Are we relevant as auditors? I know we came to talk about artificial intelligence and continuous audit. Can we use some of this aspect to help us to look at some cultural bits that we can then define? Maybe we can. Do I have the answer? I don't. But I hope in the half an hour I've got with you, I'll pose some questions that we can all try to answer over lunch together. So I put this thing up because it's very important to understand who is your audience, right? And I guess today I'm speaking to people who are more learned than me, so I need to be very careful about what I say and try to throw in some few quotations. You look smart. When it all fails, just quote Mandela. So speaking to people I believe today will mainly be auditors and audit committee members and sometimes board members, and try to bring the topic of data analytics and also artificial intelligence. And I want to go back to the fundamental issue and saying to remain relevant is really about being focused. And I try to answer the stuff across the board to ensure that we just take the simplicity and try to say, how do we multiply it? So I use the example that AG did around Comfund. It wasn't a difficult task. They took basic data analytics. They compared and used the rules that were agreed to do the payments, and they could pick up exceptions. You can multiply that if you are using artificial intelligence. That's the only thing. It's scale that change, but the principles remain the same. So in most cases, we get confused about these big words. We get scared and say, this thing cannot be done. But at the end of the day, it's the basics. We just have to go back to the basics, understand what it is that we want to achieve, and say, what are the fundamental things that I should do if I'm an auditor? If I'm an auditor, you need to remain relevant, and you need to do the things that matters. So there was a question about sampling, very relevant question. If you think about it, in the public sector, how many contracts are entered into on a daily basis? If you are AGSA, how can you remain relevant and go and sample the right contract? So you can use data analytics and continuous auditing and hopefully artificial intelligence to try and self-learn to say, what are the problematic contracts? Who are the guys who don't normally pay? So if you sign a contract today, then next week there's a big payout. In 2 weeks' time, there's a major payout. It might tell you a pattern that there could be something wrong here. And if you learn this thing and say, look, this is not a regular thing in this kind of industry, they have done so much work that you'll get such huge payment, we can then use that pattern to go and look across the entirety of South Africa, and by analyzing the payment patterns, be saying, there could be a problem here. Now the auditor can go and select that particular contract, go and assess whether the service that was being delivered is really in line with the payment on the ground. So that will enable us to focus. But the basic is still the same. You are going to identify high-risk contracts to hopefully pick up if there are issues. So our accountability ecosystem is critical, and it's important for us when we're doing our work to say, when we are doing this work, we need to think about who is the stakeholder. And I like the panel here that spoke about, you don't want to have management to be fatigued by having to deal with AG, and in the private sector to deal with external audit, and then deal with internal audit, and deal with their own internal controls if need be, and sometimes the board wants something else. Where you can define what is critical for you, and all of you use the same artificial, but give it a different lens. So if you are talking to an auditor, they may want, if it's internal audit, to be able to deal with exceptions as and when they happen. And it's important that when you talk about the combined assurance, we don't fight for the space. We collaborate as assurance providers. So if AG happen to have a bit of budget in the public sector, we should be able to develop the tools that we can share with internal audit. If you're in the private sector where you have enough resources, there's nothing wrong with internal audit developing the capability that they can use and share the algorithm with the external audit who can rely on some of these things. That will bring the assurance cost down across the board. And it will make us as assurance providers much more relevant. When we go and speak to management, we don't go and irritate them with the same wrong exception that we picked up. If internal audit have already addressed them, we know that, look, we need to tweak our algorithm here to cater for this stuff because these were false positive. And by the time that external audit comes, that part has been cleared. So we are building and growing and standing on the shoulders of giants. And the giant can change. One day it could be internal audit, and the following day it could be external audit. And as long as we understand that as assurance providers, we are playing for the same team, we should be able to leverage this technology. So what am I saying in short? If we compete for the space, we may find that we end up recreating the wheel which the other person has created because we don't spend time to understand what are you doing. And there is natural competition. I heard here the other prof, when the other prof was marketing his institution, hey, it's marketing. It's natural. By the way, I want to thank you, Unisa, for giving me a chance when I was much younger to do my CTA here. If it wasn't for you, I would never have been the person I am today, so I thank you. We all need to acknowledge the places that made a major contribution, and it's something that we don't always say. If there was no Unisa, most of us would not be where we are. At that stage, we have to balance working and studying. And once you get your undergrad, your family say, hey, we're not doing the game, hey. They will never afford to take you further. And there was a question about, what do you want to do? So a Unisa can give you to do what you love on the side and work on what you are passionate about. And for me, that's the chance that I got. I got to be an IT auditor, which paid me a little bit more money while I could study my CTA. Until I got my CTA, then I could then finish my articles. Lucky enough, my employer as well gave me a chance to do my articles while I was doing my IT audit. It made me a well-rounded individual. It made me a well-rounded auditor. It made me not to be scared of IT. And the direction that in our office we talk about is to say, if we could do this thing in COVID back in 2020, with all the resources that we've got right now, what can we do going forward? So next week we are hosting a session in our office to discuss artificial intelligence. Because if you don't talk about it, the youngsters will deploy it. The other time I was in my boardroom having an EXCO meeting. Most of the EXCOs, they were there in person because now we all come back to the office, except one who was not feeling well. And normally you don't check who's in the room because people normally dial in and then they want to record the message. Then they switch the screen. And there was that little, now in fashion AI, that take minutes. What is it called? I hate it. Reader. So every time I go there and say, admit guest, I know that thing is there. So think about it. This is an EXCO of AG. We believe we're all in a confidential meeting. We are open and honest. But someone who thought, I want to make my life a little bit easier when I write my minutes, invite you to an EXCO. That AI is in the open cloud. It means for that part of the session, before someone realized that I was going to kick them out of my meeting, kick it out. I used to like it before I understand the risk around it. So if you don't talk about the risk, people will go for the convenience, but expose you. We have to talk about it. It's like finances. If you don't talk about it in the family, your kids will think you are rich. So it is important that we talk about these things. We can't ignore it because it's there. My 10-year-old told me that I forced them to do Afrikaans at home for some reason, that he wrote his Afrikaans essay using ChatGPT. He's 10. He did the offense when he was 9. It is an offense. But it's not his essay. In his mind, he's so smart. So if you don't talk about it in your environment, people will go and play around with them. There are some which are good, and it can actually help us. It's a question of introducing it in a manner that will assist us. So what are we seeing around artificial intelligence? And I'll be very quick because I think there are some much more smarter people in the room who have talked about it at great length. So I will try to skip through and see where we are seeing some pockets that we are following. The one thing I've always believed in life is that, you should not recreate the wheel when the wheel is there already. So what we always do is just look into what are the other audit firms doing. Lucky enough, because we're the supreme audit institution, we don't compete with anyone. And most of them don't see us as competition. So I see them, whenever they want to come and meet me, I say, come, let's talk. What do you guys have? They tell us, nice stuff there, guys. Let's go talk to them. And most of them, because they don't see us as competition, they open up to us. The only thing which I still want to repeat, most of them, their model is still based on them selling us ours. And I keep telling them, guys, we are embracing digital transformation. If you keep hiring people, in 5 years' time, we'll tell you, we don't need people, we have enough that we are training. Not because we don't trust people, because we have changed, we have flipped the coin. We are now attractive as an employer of choice. We're in a position, Prof, that we can produce 300 CAs in 1 year. So what will I do with my own people? So people who made a business case to say that AG wants people, let me make a public announcement. We have changed that model. Give us tools to use going forward. Give us digital assets that we can deploy across the Republic and connect the dots for our stakeholders. That will help us. So those of you who never heard this thing from me, please take it and go back and say, let's change our business model. We do want to support and transform the profession, but it will be critical that we do good stuff. So I did say that we should spend time looking at what the other sides are doing. We sent people last year to India and early this year. India is doing some good work around their AI in the fraud space. We do have a culture of fraud in this country, so you can't ignore it. And it is important that as an AGSA, that the public sector is highly exposed. And Prof, you asked me about the question about are we using our powers. In order for us to use our powers, we need to be able to pick up the transactions that are not going right, then issue a notification to the accounting officer. If you know the transaction and you can pinpoint and say, that's where you went wrong, you are then able to quantify the loss that happened, because you must know the loss. And if they don't act, we are going to issue a COD. I need to remind everyone that AG's going to keep saying, the day we issue a COD is a certificate of debt, which means you have not acted in our material irregularity, and it's issued against the accounting officer because you did not do your work. we should all be shameful because it means the entire ecosystem did not work. There are supposed to be checks and balances that, in theory, the AG should never need their powers if everyone is doing their bit. If I tell you that you made a mistake, you should fix it. Just like that. If you don't, the oversight must come in and deal with you. If we have that culture in the country where when things go wrong, we admit it and deal with it and have the right corrective action, we'll see that things will change. What makes people do wrong things as a principle?
No consequence.
No consequence? So first you think, I won't get caught, right? And there will be no consequence. So my son is not allowed to play PlayStation midweek. When the mom is around, he will never touch it. When I'm around, you look at me whether I will tell on him, and then he plays. And then I come and say, hey, Mr. Fingers, are the fingers sharp? Then, Mommy, I'm sorry I played. It's important that we don't get to a situation where we allow certain things to happen, and then he knows that, no, when I'm with my dad, I can do wrong things. When people do wrong things, there's someone watching in most cases. We just allow it. We get to a culture where the wrong thing becomes the norm. So in that environment, what can we do? And that's the part where I believe that auditors, we can't come 6 months after the fact, because it's too late. In some cases, the guys are so fast. You find someone get appointed to be a debt collector. So here, I've got a debt book. I'm a local government. I appoint a service provider to collect the debt on my behalf. They collect. A year goes, no one do a record. After 2 years, the guys close the firm and they go with the money. The person has paid the debt, but the money never went to the local government entity. Who's wrong? And that is why it's important for us to be much more agile as auditors. And we cannot always just say we're coming after the fact. So embracing technology in all its form becomes very important. So I'll quickly go through some few case studies and tell you how we are responding as AGSA to make sure that we understand that this can be used in any place. Obviously, I'm going to spend more time how we're using technology in the audit business. But we're also a business ourselves. You know that we invoice our auditors. Yeah, no, we're owed about R1 billion out there. Story for another day. But if you want to improve your collection, what is critical? When someone pays you, you need to timelessly allocate the payment so you can focus on those guys who have not paid you. It will take someone a lot of time to do that. We develop a simple board. The board just goes to our bank account, look at the staff, following basic rules, it allocates. It takes us a click of a button to do that. Sometimes when we think about technology, we think we need something which is earth-shattering, and it's not. It's doing the simple thing and building up on the steps that you want. As long as you've got an end goal and start with the simplicity, and we want to try to develop this thing that will change the world in one day, it doesn't work like that. And that's why in most cases, when we go through these digital transformation journeys, and we've got this big ambition and we want to try to achieve it overnight, we end up failing. And people will tell you that 40% of projects don't succeed. And it's because of how we've defined them. If you take baby steps, allow yourself to learn from your baby steps. So even if you make a mistake, it's a mistake that you can go back and say, guys, we made a mistake, let's do it better next time around. So what will it help us? There are a lot of things that we can benefit. But the most thing that for me, I really look forward to, especially around the audit effort, is being able to do quality work, but also save us man hours. So auditors can focus on the real thing. AI will never replace auditors. But if we have the time to stop ticking and batching and properly analyze the thing that matters, then, Prof, we should be able to answer your question to say, we are able to pick up a pattern, we're able to give the right insight to our auditors, we're able to empower our stakeholders with the right information so that they can go and deal with the stuff. Imagine a situation where a portfolio committee is sitting in Parliament. They've got a dashboard with a link to the AGSA, They meet with the minister and his DG, and when they talk to the minister, they say, there was a finding from AG about this area. When they click into that particular area, they can drill down into the details of the transaction. Do you think the people who are supposed to be held accountable will take chances? They can't. And that is the world when I get into. The world where when we issue our GR, it's not static. AG Tsakanamalek will be issuing our general report about the state of local government sometimes this month. It will make headline for a day or two, but the information becomes static. Imagine if that report is dynamic, that you can go there, and if you are someone like me who comes from Collins Chabane, I worry about my local government, I go and check, what are the issues that AG raised? I drill down and understand the issues. I drill down that they got a qualification on compliance or on performance, and performance was on the road going to my village. I should have a better conversation with the mayor of the town to say, what's happening to you delivering my road? And that's why when you look into the ecosystem and using technology, we should be able to respond to our stakeholders and the ecosystem to give them the right information and the right level of details based on what you want. So, you know, the only audit firm that audit the entire government is AG, right? So audit national government, provincial government, local government, and some state-owned companies. So we've got a bird's eye view of the entire value chain of public sector. And the challenge is, what can we do with this? How do we connect the dots on behalf of government to be able to show the trend of what's going on? So we decided to go on a digital transformation journey. I won't spend too much time because time is limited, but the essence of this is that we are looking into it to say, we need to empower our people to go and do the work that matters, using the right technology, using the right tools. But fundamental into this process is that we said, we need to follow a data-enabled audit approach. Someone said this, I can't quote the person. If I knew of a prof, I can say, Prof. Kgorong said, data does not lie. It will have more weight if I say so. That. Yeah, but I think Prof. Kgorong said, data does not lie. And whether I've got the right person to say it so or not, it doesn't. And once you go down to data and try to analyze it, so imagine a case where a particular service provider moved from one entity to another and providing poor services. And you know from history that they didn't deliver 5 years ago in this space, but they still continue to do the same stuff. If you then connect and say, where else are they doing work? We should be able to help our auditors elevate the risk assessment of that particular supplier to say, they've just been appointed here, let's make sure that we follow this project as it goes along. So we'll call our engineers to be on the ground on that particular project if it's a road. If it's a dam, we'll make sure that we're close to the process, that we don't wake up one day and we spend billions and there's no dam. And that is why we've embraced this digital transformation. I'm left with a minute, Prof. I'm going to be really quick. So we've tried to reduce all these things to what we call the data-enabled audit approach. And when you say that we go and look at what best practice is, we don't only go to the firms, we also go to similar sister organizations. So we went to SARS one day. SARS have got this thing they call the bridge. Beautiful. On the bridge, they've got this wall covered with screens. I have to sign a non-disclosure agreement, so I can't talk much about it. But it's so informative. It's so informative. And it's not difficult. The essence of it is they can see when you are going to SARS and they give you a ticket that there are so many people in the queue. And if they want to, they just activate a camera for that particular office and call the guy and say, but there are so many people here coming to do tax inquiries, but there's only 2 desks open to do this. With that information, they're able to see that we are usually busy between 12 and 2 when people take extended lunch. So they can swap their lunch around that. Let's have more people working around lunch. It's taking your data that you've got. Data is gold, but use it intelligently. It's not complicated. We have so much data that we've got, and it's so much that you get overwhelmed about it. But when you break it down to the simple, basic form and say, what is this telling me? And this also happens in our audits, that what is the audit data telling me? So first time I was given 45 minutes, I'm going to have to reduce 45 minutes into 30 minutes so people don't fall asleep and lunch gets cold. So I'll pick the stuff that I thought is critical. I will share my slides. Where are we with the maturity level of AG? We're still at the beginning side of things. We're not that far. It's an area that we used to fight internally in terms of can we do it? And we'll normally blame it on our auditors and say, no, but they're not ready. You can give so many reasons as to why you should not do it. But if you keep giving yourself reasons as to why you should not do it, one day we'll wake up and you won't be relevant. And that's in our mission statement, to remain relevant. So no matter how difficult it could be for some of my people, some of them have to drag them to say, guys, if there are marching orders, you can't go on the side and do your own things. These are the marching orders. So what we have done is we introduced a project called Impilo. Impilo allows us to be able to harness data directly from a local government. We focus on a particular software because there's 68 of them. And in the last audit cycle, we're able to do 28. In the next one now, we'll cover all 68. What this does, it allows you to replicate far much quicker. Now we'll have access of 68 local government entities. They have transactional data for the past few years. We should be able to build a story. Next cycle now for this PFMA, we are touching 158 national government. While we are still at the early stage, the way that you can easily progress, it becomes so quick because once you understand the basic data, you have the data, you can then play around with it and be able to connect the dot for government. We want to give the power not to our specialists in the back room, but to the front auditor who will be able to analyze something and make sense to that because they are on the foreground and be able to engage with the auditor and say, what is this telling me? I would like to highlight with this power, though, that there's a responsibility for us as AG that with all this data that we're going to have in a data lake, we can become a very attractive cyber attack target. So it's important that we do these things responsibly, appreciating the risks that are there. And so we're doing it in a gradual manner to make sure that we don't expose the data that we do have on behalf of our auditors. I'm getting to the end. So I normally share this slide because while I've admitted that we're not in the forefront, I can tell you that in 5 years' time, we will have surpassed where the big four are. IMRI say that they're investing billions. We don't have billions in dollars. We're only going to invest 1.7 billion in rents. I do people in this room, through your contribution, understanding your impact that you can make by sharing the little will that you have created with the Supreme Audit Institution for us to be able to harness the power of technology to shift the culture in the country. We should be able to do a lot more. I've always appealed to audit firms, especially the mid-tier, to say that's a space that you guys can own. Imagine developing a tool that you can go and deploy throughout the entire country. That will make a difference. So I always try to share because we normally have and hear the bad stories, Prof, about how many millions were lost. So culture, what can change it? We need to improve our ethical environment. When things go wrong in the public sector, we see the headlines. When things go right, we don't shout about it. It's up to us in this room to share the good stories. Otherwise, we're going to see another flight taking off next Sunday. I didn't say where it's going. So last year, as AG, we regressed from our ethical standard. We normally aim to have a AA ethical standard. We regressed from AA to A, and we took it in our stride to say we need to fix this. And I'm glad to confirm that this year we are at AAA. So AAA rating, it's rare, even in the private sector. I'm sharing this because we normally say it cannot be done in public sector. It's doable. Early this year, we were certified as a top employer. Why am I sharing this? There's a student over there at TUT who may need to make a choice, and they may decide that if I join AG, I'm joining public sector. We need people like you to come and make a difference.
But you need to know the good stories. Because in the past, we were told about people who will choose to go and join an audit firm because they will believe that joining the AG is not top class. Right now, we've got students who first opted to go to the Big Four and they change when they're second years and take a penalty. If you change halfway through your articles, there's a 6 months penalty. Most are willing to take the penalty because they appreciate that the work that they're doing at AG is impactful. I do believe that there are a lot of people who could have got into that flight and they didn't. It's up to us to make a difference by doing the right things. If we can embrace technology, do the right thing, that is, according to our conscience, we are doing it for the Republic. Some of us, we have nowhere to go. We've got to make it work. Thank you, Prof.
I see they're giving you a gift already. Does this mean you don't want to take questions? Prof. Murisan, is lunch ready?
You can take a few questions, it's fine.
I'll take a few questions. No, please sit here on the hot seat. Just quick 2 questions. It's not every day where we have the Deputy Auditor General in our midst, you know. Okay? You have a question?
DG, thank you so much for joining us. You know, you're my former employer. I used to be at AG. And I wanted to ask you in terms of how far are you in terms of implementing AI? Because I remember when we were still doing audits at the AG, we were using a lot of transfer systems in terms of the best person and lodges. And we used to do a lot of substantive testing. RA would not necessarily rely on the work which was done by ISA. Have things changed in terms of trying to automate the process? Because when we use AI, we're trying to eliminate that whole doing a lot of substantive testing, sampling, etc., but to rely a lot more on systems. Lastly, in terms of the MI process, in terms of the material regularity, how has that been, the uptake on that in terms of municipalities? I remember when we used to audit there, you know, at times you could just copy and paste last year's report. Are auditees actually implementing previous year's findings, etc.? Thanks. Recommendations, I mean.
I'll just take 2 more, and then you can answer all of them.
I am.
Okay. Who's talking unrecognized? All right, please ask the question.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Florence Nyembe.
All right.
From Johannesburg Water also.
Okay.
In the audit sphere. My question is, how do we make sure that we embrace or harness this AI technology in our processes while we are still, 80% manual in our processes? From recruitment, HR, supply chain, record management, and the likes of finance. How do we add value there? Because I feel also that the appetite is not there to ensure that the digital technologies is adopted. Our maturity level is still so low. Thank you.
Okay, is there one more question? Over here, okay. Please give the mic.
Good morning, AG. Thank you, Deputy AG, for the informative session. My name is Khothatso Maoko. I'm a PhD student from the University of Pretoria. I think my question is mainly around the audit methodology. So the impact that AI would have on the audit methodology. What strides is the Supreme Audit Institution making in terms of ensuring that you provide robust ethical consideration to the audit methodology, And the reason why I'm asking is that ultimately, I think DAG, we had a conversation earlier last year, if you remember, where you complained about audit quality, which is a very critical consideration for the AGSA. Now, considering the audit quality, when we adopt AI, earlier on, speakers spoke about various tools that are used, and sometimes it makes it difficult to explain how you arrived at a particular audit conclusion. So this will ultimately impact on the audit quality. So how are we, in adopting AI and all these different tools, ensuring that we tailor-make the audit methodology to be robust enough to ensure that there is audit quality? Thanks.
Okay, you can answer.
Great. At my age, I may not remember all the questions if we proceed from there. So some are very similar. So I'll deal with the one for Prof. Kgorong about how far have we advanced with AI at the AG.
Sorry, apparently there's one more.
Okay.
Yeah, just pause.
All right.
There's one more. Did you understand when I said the last question, but it's fine.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe I should also say that I'm a PhD student. You'll point me next.
PhD, yeah. Are you a PhD candidate?
Candidate with Unisa.
How long?
I just
Okay.
Okay. Thanks. I just want to know, in terms of performance information, I've realized that AG, when they audit it, they normally focus on the smartness and all that information, and then they only sample. So I want to know as to say, simply because the KPIs that the municipalities would actually be working on, there should be synergy from IDP and then downwards as we cascade it. But then now, if you only audit a specific portion of it, isn't that maybe actually encouraging more of instability, even in terms of service delivery, because you won't know how much service delivery is going out and then how much is being spent if you only focus on a specific portion of performance.
Yeah, it sounds like a simple question. I think I could venture an answer, because AI should be able to audit everything, not just the sample, because it needs 5 minutes to do that. But anyway,
Definitely.
you can answer him.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot. So as I was saying, that I will start with the AI to see, is it working within AG? And as to what will it take for it to really work? I think it must be driven from the top. Because people will, and culture, it works in different ways, right? So I just say that we got a AAA culture at AG. But if I tell you that there's a culture of hogging work, which is normal. If I'm the RA, senior manager, and my entire life, my KPC was how much revenue do I bill directly? Even if by giving this work to someone, they can do it better in a more quality format. If I think I'm losing this thing that I believe I've always controlled, and I keep telling the guys that, guys, by the time the money hits the bank account, I don't care whether it comes from RA or it comes from ISA, as long as we have deployed the best people to assist us. That takes the top to drive that message and people to understand that. So I think in an area where, like in our case, I do hope that it's working. If we have digital transformation being driven by the senior leadership, at least you get to cut through the barriers where people just take long to change. And it's just natural. People are people. So it needs someone to keep preaching this message. So what we are doing at AG, we are going through a process where we're changing our billing, call it a funding issue. In the past, every year, we go to SCOWEC in Parliament and we give them a long schedule of our charge-out time. And the reason was because the main input cost to the audit process was the time that our people spent. Now we're saying, we are flipping the script. We're going to use digital assets. So if I used to spend 1,000 hours, and now I come, but because I'm going to first develop this thing, we are getting through a process where we're saying, first, let's fix our fees. So when we fix our fees, we should be able to say whether the work is done by someone from data analytics or done by RA. It should not make a difference. But the critical part that we're driving this thing is that the work itself must not be done by people in the specialized areas.
What we are doing is to create a center of excellence, which will create this capability that we then give to the auditor who is on the ground doing it without worrying about the tech behind it. I do believe that will get us to do enough. Are we there yet? No. Are we making enough traction? I'm comfortable with the traction that we have made in the local government space last year. The clear goal to the team is very clear. We need to cover everyone in 2 years' time. This time around, we are covering 168 entities. And you sit and ask, but guys, why is someone sitting and ticking payroll? You can audit the entire of payroll using data analytics. You can use basic AI to self-learn and be able to pick up trends that things are not right here. Except that someone, and thanks to our very good audit lecturers, said you must do the following things with payroll. And someone believed that they must continue doing it. So what we are doing is the change management where we allow the manual auditors to continue doing their work. We don't take their budget away. We give their budget. We sponsor the guys who are doing the data analytics to come and show what else can be done. So for a period, we are running both together. And the time will come where we say, but you see the work you're doing here, it's costing us a lot. And the quality is not always guaranteed because if you come on a Monday and chiefs have won after 10 years, maybe you'll be too happy, you didn't do things as diligently, you are compromising us. But the AI, whether chiefs won or not, it will continue doing it. Hopefully there'll be a change. Change management, it is important. You cannot scream from the top, you must show people the value that they can get. But also it gives us a chance that we bring our quality guys to the party as well. Because they can come and say, oh, this is the outcome when you do it this way, and this is the outcome when you're doing it this way. So by the time you get there, you are certain that quality is not being compromised. So while we want to be as fast as we can, you must do it in baby steps, take it in a chunk, make sure that you don't expose the audit office. So I do believe that our 7-year journey, we are on track on it, and we should be able to gain where we want to gain. There are quick wins, though, that I think we should not lose focus on. You see, if I didn't write these questions down, I would have forgotten now. There's the one about performance audit and audit methodology. So, you know, the performance discussion, right? People used to say that people do performance for the auditors. You might have heard it a lot of time, right? So what we've done is to engage with DPME before they even publish their framework, so that we all focus on the right thing. Because now people think, I can't lose a bonus because I promised to do the following things, and then when I fail to do them, now AG come and confirm that I didn't do them. So now they set easy target to say, if you are DPME and you must assist local government, you set a target and say, we're going to have 10 meetings. Do you know why in any government meeting you must sign an attendance register and sign? So there's evidence for the AG. So you can sign and then leave the room. Or sign and don't discuss anything. Because now we're driving the wrong behavior. So now we're being smarter to say, look, let's not try to get audit evidence that is just to show the input. Let's understand the impact. I didn't spend too much time on culture shift. But culture shift is talking about you can't have a clean audit without service delivery. So that is taking it a step further. So we understood that there was a time, and it was the right approach, where it was important to emphasize the clean audit. And clean audit, what does it mean? It means your Fs are correct. It means if you promise to build 2 houses, and you build 2 houses, we'll give you a tick. And if you are compliant with the laws, it's correct. But if you only build 2 houses, when you say culture shift, you're going to say, but what is the impact here? You can't have a situation where the whole city is fine, but you have a certain township that doesn't look right. So that will look into those aspects to say, are you giving service delivery to your people? And that hopefully will address this notion of trying to have your sweet targets that you can easily tick off without them being much more impactful. But importantly, where's internal audit when these things are being done? Why would we like to have a performance agreement that speaks about meetings? At AG, we used to talk about effort in your days. People talk about effort. Now that word, we don't use it. It's impact. Imagine, chiefs come and say, for the past 10 years, guys, we've been running. Will you care about them running, or else you want to see a trophy? And I think we need to define those things properly. Because we tend to encourage an environment where people talk about effort. If the effort doesn't translate to the right stuff, then it doesn't matter. So if someone is doing a lot of work but is not translating to the impact that you want or as the outcome that we care about, we should not be rewarding them for that. I think I might have missed a question on audit methodology. I summarized it. I think it said audit methodology, how do we get it right and how can we make it work for us that we don't miss the quality aspect. So I think audit methodology is a way to make sure that we do things in a methodical manner, that we don't compromise the final outcome. But there's always ways to tweak things. So I come from a slightly IT background, and I normally challenge my people and say, why do you want to do the hard things instead of taking the easy way out and be comfortable about the final assessment? If you think about it, when you do an audit, what are you trying to do? You just need to confirm whether what the auditee is telling you is correct. So if I can come there and create data analytics that tells me that in this particular local government, there are 1,000 households that pays rates. And based on the average value of the house, they should pay rates at 500. And I multiply that and I compare with what the GL is telling me and the figure is fine. What more do I need to do? And that is the principle that we need to understand to say that we are there to reconfirm what the auditee is telling us. And if we can do it in a much easier way, let's adopt that. Sometimes tell me, PAM doesn't allow that. I say, who's PAM now? Okay. I know Alice. Alice is a head of technical. And I find that PAM is our methodology. And I ask them, have you read PAM? There are so many things that we say because of rules that people don't even understand the rules. The one thing that gets used, and Tsepo, you can quote me. How are you, Tsepo? Good to see you. One thing that gets used, right, is why do we struggle to properly implement IT audit? People will tell you that we run out of time. And I say, what stops you when we finish the audit in July to go and do IT audit 1st of August? Because when we issue an engagement letter as AG, that letter stays like that forever. It's unlike the private firms that you must be reappointed every year. With us, we're the supreme audit institution. So we should not have a situation where we say that there's a timing issue where we must just come some few months before we do the stuff. I was asking my team and saying, you read about headlines every day about state-owned companies being compromised as far as cyber is concerned. Are we covering enough? And they tell me, like, we don't have enough resources. And my question to them is, guys, why don't we categorize the risk profile and say it doesn't matter when is the financial year end, we're going to cover everyone, go and give the minister a dashboard and say, you got exposure here. You guys are not coming to the party, and if things goes wrong, we want you to know that we did tell you and we were relevant in our own stuff. In most cases, and whether it's about methodology or about things in life or around policies, we'll hide behind the policy. The one good thing I like about my role as accounting officer is, as AGSA, we don't fall under EPFMA. We only have to account to the Constitution and to Public Auditing Act. So what that means is, we have to do a lot of policies, and people have to comply with policies. The only exception, it says, and I love it, it says, but it comes with a lot of responsibility. The only person who doesn't have to follow policy is the DAG. That's a very dangerous part, right? Because I can easily just follow policy every day blindly. But a policy at the point in time might have been relevant. But my job now makes me have to think about is what is the context of these things? Can I still apply the policy blindly? Or I need to say, it's okay, that's policy, but let's make sure that we make the right decision. Leadership is about making the tough choices. And there are a lot of times where we have to make the tough choices. It can be very easy to hide behind a policy. How many times do we have the wrong procurement decision while we have followed the right procurement process? People will play the system hiding behind the rules. People will do the wrong things applying methodology. End of the day, let's do the right thing. And if the methodology is no longer relevant, let's challenge it. If the policy is no longer applicable, let's question it. I hope I've done all the questions. I'd like to go and sit down.
The sample vis-a-vis the 100% coverage.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Last question.
Okay, so on the sample side, obviously, sample will always be done, right? For me, what I believe is that you need to strengthen your muscle in terms of how you do your risk ID. So if I was to look into a transaction or a sample, we need to be able to build some intelligence underneath them. So I do believe in the data-enabled audit approach, because that should tell you certain things. So what we are doing now, we bring a lot of our IBU, sorry, I behave like AG people now. IBU is our investigation business unit. What they do, they come before the auditors come in there, look at some of the risk indicators, and based on that, it informs the samples that we pick. It informs our risk assessment as to do up our samples. So we are still going to sample, but on the performance side, we need to ensure that we have the right conversation. So what we do is, what is your real mandate? And if you are not covering your mandate, we must have a conversation about what you are doing. Because what we had is that people will say, let's have a performance indicator for the AG, and we have another one on the side. But what does that mean? It means your budget will be incorrect, because you're supposed to budget based on your priorities. So those two must be done properly. So what we are doing now, we should realize that we can't come and audit after the fact, is to influence the process. So we had proactive engagement with DPME. Now they come to our offices. There was a time that we never used to see eye to eye. Now they come and say, AG, we are going into the midterm planning framework. We want your input now before we even put this thing to cabinet. So by the time it goes to cabinet, we can say that in terms of the focus, we are executing on our mandate. We can't tick the box doing the wrong things. We need to tick the box on the right stuff. Because I can't come and say, I'm doing exceptionally well because I've been attending a meeting that doesn't yield the right result. As AG as well, and I want to empower you guys if you deal with our people, we also need to continuously improve. We are a trusted organization, but that trust will go if we don't remain relevant. So it is important, when we send you the surveys, after every cycle, we send you those surveys, we'll go through them to understand as to where can we improve. Because it's important that we become relevant. If we don't have someone who looks after the public purse in a proper way that we trust, and we allow the AGSA to go down because we felt that a weaker AGSA, it means we can get away with murder. It is not good for the organization. So please do hold us accountable. I will stay for lunch. For those of you who thought if you give us an honest survey, you will get a qualified audit the following year, you can come and give me an honest survey in person, and we'll make sure that we do act on it. Why do I emphasize this? We are a learning organization that have to continuously grow. And we can only grow by getting honest feedback where we need to do things. I do acknowledge that in a culture shift environment, our posture it does need to change sometimes. We do need to come and have a conversation with you and say, look, there are 10 findings. But the truth is, if you focus on these two, and focus, you'll make a difference. Because if you come and tell you to focus on 10 things, you won't be able to cover any of them. So those conversations must happen where we co-create solutions with you. Where we give you a solution and you run and try to implement it before you even understand what you are trying to say. I've said in my previous life as a consultant where a year later people are trying to implement AG's findings. But what are they saying here? As yours. I mean, if you are a CFO, how do you get to a stage where you finalize an audit report but you don't understand the essence of what is being raised? I do know that sometimes we just want to finish the audit and get over and done with. What we're telling our people is, after you've done the audit, when you're no longer fighting each other, go back and sit over coffee and say, do you remember what we spoke about last time? Of the 100 things we told you, what are the 5 things that you must do? If it's more than 5, make sure you agree on the 5 things that you must do. Only then will make a difference. Reality is, there are a lot of problems facing the Republic, and we can't fix all of them. We just need to focus and do the right things on those things that will shift the needle. I thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for our speaker. You are free to go now. All right, we're going to have lunch now. Please, there's no free lunch. It's a working lunch. So you bring your food here, and in your tables, you are going to discuss during lunch, okay, what is the one big call to action that must come out of this conference. And I'm going to come to your table after lunch to ask what, from your table, just give me one. You will appoint a spokesperson of the table, and you must write it down. We're going to collect that solution on a piece of paper. And if you can see how many tables there are here, we're going to have more than one call to action, okay? So it's not a lunch to just catch up with old friends. It's a working lunch. That's why the setup is like this. You go and fetch your food over there and come and sit. The guests of Professor Modisane and the speakers will go to the first floor. Yeah, we'll do the same there. Are we on the same page? It's a working lunch. I know it's not usual, but this is an unusual conference, an audit conference. Please come back at 3 o'clock. Thank you. I'm not sure whether there was any discussion in the lunch. You know, you are worse than students, you know. Yeah, you know. On two fronts, you know, students, even if you tell them many times, they still try their luck. But, you know, so there's this administrative thing that when you come to class, students must sign the register. So I always say to my assistant, they must sign the register at the end of the class. Because some come to sign the register and they sneak out before the class, so you didn't attend the class. Because if at the end of the class I say, here's your test, how will they know? They'll ask their friends. So I see there are some empty seats. These are like typical students who will find there's an escape route, you know. And good luck, Prof, for tomorrow, because usually the 2-day conference, the second day is rough. You know, that's why some sponsors just say, no, we'll sponsor 1 day. Because they know second day, it can be trouble. But I hope against hope that tomorrow will be a full, because you can't have Marvin King talking here alone in the morning, yeah? Because he'll use as an example in King 5. I don't know, are we in King, where are we now? I think he's writing King 5. So please don't do that. Anyway, I'm not gonna bother you about what we discussed over the lunch now, but it's coming anytime. Anytime I see anybody trying to fall asleep, I'll come to you to ask what you discussed over the lunch. Our next speaker is Mr. Gustav Silvo. He's a co-founder of Bidvest. Bidvest Alice. This looks like a double-barrel name. And the head of research development for IT audit automation. And his career started at PwC, and he joined the Bidvest Group as an internal auditor and manager in 2012, and moved on to co-founding the Bidvest Group audit automation platform. So you're going to talk to us about some innovation in the AI business. I know you were given initially an hour. We don't have an hour. So fortunately, yeah. So just take 20 minutes, and then I'm going to give another 20 for interaction, just so that they don't fall asleep. So you just do 20, and you use the other 20 as part of the Q&A. Welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, so I am not a professor, hence I'm not going to stand behind this platform. If you guys want stories about Cameron when he just started auditing, you can speak to me. I'll tell you about all the red notes, all the stickies. He was my first trainee. Right. So, back in 2016, myself and 3 other team members had to complete an audit for Bidvest. It was the first time we had to do an ITGC for the entire group. It took us 2.5 years to finish. So by the time we were completed, half the findings were no longer relevant, and we realized we had another 2.5 years ahead of us. It was pretty hectic. Today, we are now based in 9 countries, and we have 90 of those to do. I'm going to move back over here, it's cutting out. There we go. Is that better? Right. So, we realized quickly that we had to invest in technology. We can't go and repeat the past, and that became an interesting exercise for us. So now we perform the same audit every day, plus additional scope, over all those countries and over 90 different environments. And today what I'm going to do is welcome you to a practical session. You've had the theory today, and what I hate about a lot of conferences I've gone to in the past is they tell you about all this cool tech, but they don't show you how to do it. So instead of introducing you to Alice immediately, I'll share all the war stories afterwards. I'm going to show you what you can do with your kids, or go home afterwards and actually build your own IT auditor. So on the screen, I need the screen, please. Right. So on the right-hand side, we have SharePoint. Imagine it's a policy drive where we're sharing policies. I've just put 3 files in there. one is an actual HR policy, and I thought to myself, why not show you what a print screen and the worst ever formatted user list and HR list file would look like. So behind me, that is just a policy. I'm just showing you the inside. Really old standards. You'll see that we have to change our password every 90 days. Who still audits that? Oh, I see some people. Okay, and there's some really bad information at the top. I don't know who signed it off. I don't know if it's a person. I don't know if it's a CFO or not. And the policy is pretty dated. The next file. This is real time, by the way. I'm not speeding up anything. So I'm going to show you how to do this in 20 minutes. There is the highlighted row. So I've actually explained to my bot to please use current NIST standards and not audit based on what's out there. Now, this I hate is when I receive evidence like this. I asked for a file with the HR list and a user list from a system. They gave me everything in one PDF. And I can tell you up front, there should be two findings. One, there's a terminated employee that still has access, and there's a person who hasn't logged in 90 days. So we want to just go and query why the person hasn't authorized into my system. And this is an old print screen that tells us again, our password length is less than 7. That's the big one. And then also towards the bottom, we're checking that passwords do not require special characters. Who still enforces that? You must be enforcing that. I can see some people nodding. You know you're not supposed to anymore. That's also against the NIST standards. Now, oh, did you see the pop-up in the corner? There was a pop-up in the corner. That was my audit that just completed. So I asked that bot to do real-time monitoring. As soon as a file hit an environment, did the audit and send me a file. I did not tell it what to audit. I actually told it, figure it out yourself based on the evidence I provided, and please send me a message to tell me it's done. Now, you can see immediately it raised my terminated employee. Now, the next 20 minutes is all on automate. So this is how you can set this up in 20 minutes. Less than 20 minutes, 18 minutes. Firstly, we're using Power Automate. I like to use it. It's free and it's in Azure. Plus, if you're enterprise, you get to save it inside your enterprise area. What also is nice is, as an R&D person, I get 2,700 Rand credit every month, so I can play around in my own staff area, which is pretty useful. And that's a standard thing from Microsoft. So whenever I want to play with something new, we just pull it in there. The first thing I did was activated a trigger. The trigger needs to look at that folder. Now, you'll see it's case sensitive, but again, this is my trigger. Your trigger could be a transaction that hits a database. It could be a timer that runs on a certain frequency. In our case, we were talking about continuous audit, so I told it if a file drops, go audit it. Now that we have that in, it picks up the right SharePoint folder. I can do the drop down. It will show me where my policies are directly after this step. There it picks it up. And now we know that there's a trigger that's monitoring the policy folder. Next step is to go find the information. So remember, your trigger is separate from the action. It could be absolutely anything that you want to action. In our case, I'm going to get the file's name that got dropped. So I'll get that sorted. Tell it where to look again. It's in that SharePoint folder. And then I'm just going to start the next step already. So there's a little squiggle. We're going to click on that, and we're going to tell it, look at the previous step, go pick out the name. That is it. So there at least we now have a trigger, and it's going to pull a file. Now what we want to do with that file, we obviously want to read it. We need to get the context ready. So this now moves back into Azure. There we go. So we go back into Azure. Again, we use Azure because most of our enterprises at Bidvest use this. We are going to go look for an intelligence piece. Now, you could, in theory, with today, go take one of your AI models and just use them as is, but I want to show you how you can use different models, because throwing everything at a single model becomes extremely expensive, especially when you can use smaller models that are more specific for a specific niche. You'll save a lot of money and it'll become much more efficient for you. In this case, it's the document intelligence that I'm going to be looking for. You can see there's a whole bunch of people that already monetize some form of document intelligence. We're going to stick to the Azure one, so we're going to hit the filter just to make sure we use the most basic model that we can possibly use. One on the left. Now, the steps that follow is pretty straightforward. All of them basically use the same resource to the deployment method. So to explain what happens in general for the securities guys, when you set this up, I want to work with inside my tenant. Now in this case, I had a staff account that I could use. Now I'm going to create a bucket, and I'm going to put my resources inside the bucket. And this is basically what I'm setting up now. It's going to be case sensitive, but you'll see me type it in a moment. Is it still playing? Yeah. Okay. Now, some people are going to hate me for the next step when we get to the next part. I select South Africa, but I'm going to warn you about selecting South Africa as your resource bucket. Unfortunately, or the way it gets deployed, we don't always get the latest and greatest deployments here first. They tend to go to the US, then they go to East Europe or West Europe, and then it comes down to us eventually. So when I set this up as a demo, I started here, and you'll see later on when we do another deployment, I've moved to a European state, because when I tried to do the integrations, suddenly I couldn't find my resources, because what I'm showing you is what they would call is beta. It's in preview. But it's available to test, so I would just skip using South Africa for this case, make sure it's in the right country, that if you're going to deploy any code in there and have any data, you at least still comply to our laws and privacy requirements. Don't go US. It's not just the flights, it's also the fact that they have other laws that we don't abide to. Right. So you see there's an option to go free or to use a paid one. I just went the free tier. I've run this a few times, just preparing for today, and I think I've used 3 Rand. Next is just your review step. Oh, it's your network. Start with an open bucket if you're in a closed segment. If for some reason they give you a production environment, go sit with your IT guy, make sure you have the security right on the VPN. For me, I know there's nothing else in this. I deleted everything, so that was just the easiest way to move forward. You start at the top. This is good for your students to start there. This step we're going to skip over. We don't have to change anything. And the last step is this is tagging. So once you start getting to a lot of these, you start doing a lot of work, tagging is pretty useful to start filtering and sorting out your resources. So think about naming conventions up front, but if you're going to play, go ahead, try it out. You can always just delete it afterwards. This is my review step. We're going to create, and now we are deploying automatically. Deployment is in progress. You can see the dots at the top. There's my resource. There we go. And the key thing I actually want to get here are my keys. So for every resource, you'll have a specific address that you need to access, and you'll have a key that you need to, a password, a key that you need to get. This is what we wanted to get. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take this, we're going to go back to our workflow, and we're actually going to connect to this resource. A type form recognizer, but you'll see we're going to scroll down to your documents intelligence. See lots of guys again have this resource available. We find the Azure one, and I liked the latest version, so I just went with 4. Now we connect. So if it's the first time you're using this tool, you'll find each time you connect, it creates a unique name for you, so you can now type in your name and type in the connection. If you ever need to change it, you can change that afterwards. Right, it's that simple. Now we need to tell this connection now it's been created, we need to tell that action what it needs to go pull. All right, something new for you guys. So the document step, you'll see we hit the lightning. That basically tells me I can do a short code, and I want to get the file from the previous step. So you saw the previous step's name and the content, and that means I've now collected that information. I can send it on. Compose is a generic step that we use often. I like to use it if I need to format something or create a certain structure and I want to put in additional information like an email body or something. In this case, what I'm going to do is I need to push in through our two pieces of information. There's going to be some instructions eventually that's specific to the system. I'm going to show you when I paste that in. And then there's going to be the file content that I want to send to my bot. So now we are going to create our Gen AI resource. So we're going to follow the similar steps that we had before. We're going to do a search quickly for that resource. I'm an OpenAI fan. In my personal capacity, I use ChatGPT quite a lot, and I build my own little ChatGPTs to help with work outside of this. My hobbies like camping and writing articles. So that's very useful. In case somebody's wondering, if you want to use in our work capacity, we don't always go and use ChatGPT because we don't have an enterprise license. So it sort of goes back into the pool of information that it learns from. So in our company, we have a policy that if you don't have an enterprise license, you have to move back into using Copilot, because the free Copilot in your browser still, if you're authenticated, becomes a local resource. So you can actually use and harness that information, which is also OpenAI behind it, to help with your own work. All right. So these steps are generic to the ones we had before, so that's why we just sort of spoke over them. There we deploy, well, we're going to create the resource first. Now we're going to access it after deployment. Go to resource. Okay. You'll see at the top there's something called Go to Azure Foundry Portal. It's something new that they're asking us to use, so I presume at some stage this page will go away. And this one, this is where you can access your chatbot. Once we've deployed it, which we're going to do now, you can pick your version, you can deploy, you can actually chat, you can interact, and you can grow it. We're going to keep it pretty vanilla, but I'll explain that just now as we move. You'll see now when you hit deployment, you're going to give different options. This is where some of the previous slides from other speakers spoke about blended approaches. So some models are pretty good at imagining, some are better at coding, there's some few that are better with decision making. If I'm working on code, I like to use 3. If I'm just doing general work, I like to use 4. You'll find out what works for you, but for general purposes, if you're playing, just use 4.0. 4.0 works, and it's not as buggy as it used to be. And you'll see when you click on the resource, it will also give you information on the right-hand side that you can understand what that specific resource is about. Okay. See, as I scroll down, it gives you like a list of things that it's good with. Okay. Confirm. Notice the West Europe. Already changed the model there. We don't have to adjust any global settings. Okay. So in our next step, we again just need to get where it's deployed and get the key. I just want to point out something. If you look at the top, there's like a URI, and that thing actually is incorrect. you need to use the bottom information, which looked like code. And that's the thing with using preview models. Those two point at the same resource and at different addresses. So I had to use the bottom one to get the model to work. Whenever you do that, just have a look. If you're following my instructions, you now know what to do. Right, so let's go. Now we get to connect. Over here, what I've done is I've edited my compose with two pieces of information I want to send it. Firstly is a system instruction. So all I'm telling this bot is that I want it to be an auditor. I'd like it to use NIST as a framework for when I do anything that's authorization related. I want certain fields out of it: requirements, status, risk, recommendation. So really basic. I give it instructions on an output. This will be available for you to copy and paste out the notes, because if you get this wrong, it actually fixes steps down the line, and Copilot isn't smart enough to move back 3 steps to figure out what the problem is. It keeps on telling you the bottom 2 steps are the problem, and actually the problem is from here. So you need some intervention from a human. Here I just gave it a little bit more information on auditing a policy and told it please use NIST below, and I just pasted NIST. You could, in theory, connect this to a list of prompts. You could also use the chat interface we had and explain exactly how you want it to look, what output you want, put all the information you need into that specific area. Over here, this is all we're doing again is pointing to the previous step, telling it please use the information that we've collected in the audit following the instructions I've given it. Notice nothing technical. I didn't tell it what the controls are, nothing. I just said please go do it. This is the hack I had to do. So in trying to send communication, all the instructions tell you to use a specific type of connector. None of them work. I tried various versions of them. They all say preview behind them, and every single one didn't work. So we went back old school. Normally an old school coder would go and they would type an API, they would send information and get it back. So this little box does that for us. I copied the information. Post is important. Post means I'm going to send data to it, and then I'm expecting some form of an outcome. Not going to paste my key. I've paused it there. I'm going to tell it to expect JSON. It's just the type of format that we're going to send its data to it. There we go, the body. And again, look at the previous step and collect the data. It's a bit of a pattern, right? It's pretty simple. I was just showing there that I save a lot, I test a lot every step, because if something breaks, it's sometimes difficult to find it in the flow. Now, technically, that step completed my audit, because I sent the data and it would have sent something back to me in a message. But obviously we need to do something with it. So the first thing we're going to do is collect and compose the message. So these steps we're just going to run through quickly. This is basically formatting in a way that I can consume it. If you are sitting with a database, a new subset, you want to create a report, you would then edit the following steps to output the right way and then what you want to do. Me, I'm going to go simple. We first isn't going to change my output. I'm going to make it into a nice little JSON structure, which I'll show you what that looks like in the next step actually. Then we're going to change it into a table, and then I'm going to send it to my team's message. Again, some code to copy and paste. That's exactly what I was doing. Look at the previous step. I want its output. No one likes to read JSON, so we're going to add a step to transform it to a table. Anyone want to guess what we're going to look at? The previous step. And the last one is a post message. So this is just to send it to Teams. I thought it was the easiest one to get a pop-up on the screen. Now, in our company, some guys like to get group messages, others have specific mails to send information to. So this actually allows you to interface directly to Teams. It's pretty nice if you're working with continuous audit and you want to actually let somebody know that there's a potential issue so they can look at it without actually raising a finding, because it is real time. So it's not really fair on them, but it's another way to interface. I selected myself to receive a message, and instead of typing a very nice thing, I just said, hey, look at the previous step and send me the table. When you close that, the demo that you saw when we started, that's it. That's the end. You can literally take this now, and when we share it with you, you can copy and paste those little in-between steps, follow this, and you can actually start using it. Right, but then that is the practical demo. What does this do in real life? So we started, as I said, in 2016 with coding. Back then, a lot of sections we had to focus on. So as a platform, it's important to hide the complexity. That is building it. But when it comes to the complexity, we don't want the end users to see it, especially new auditors coming out for the first time, not that technical, and suddenly we throw JSON code at them. They get it right and they get scared and scarred for life. So our platform, and some people ask to see it, I'll show you what it looks like afterwards quickly, but we hide everything. So we made it as simple as possible and all the interfaces look the same. I want to take you through what is in the platform and things that you should think about if you're going down this journey, whether it's with a third-party vendor, trying to do it yourself. These are the things that practically has burnt us, or that is a thing that we've just had to solve for. Initially, when you start, you need connectors. You need to connect your environment. So what we did is, because we have 100 different environments that completely don't speak to each other, we decided to go with a connector strategy of connecting into either cloud to cloud or on-prem back to central cloud. So we do all our audits in the central cloud, and it means we don't have to deploy big infrastructure in any of our environments. But this became an interesting exercise because now we're in the environment, and let's take Patch Tuesday. It's my favorite. We had so many fights because initially when we started, our system picks up these missing patches, it comes to us, it goes onto the report and says, hey, there's missing patches. The patches were released this morning. We raised the finding an hour later. The poor management's KPI is horrific. But that's not right, because we should actually give them time. If it's a low-rated risk, they get like a year to fix it if it's not internet facing. If it's a high rated risk, then they have 2 days to fix it. So we need to understand, are you ops? Are you second line? Do you give them access to the information? That's something we've done. That gives us, oh, that gentleman's no longer here. If you want to be a strategic partner, collect the data, give it back to IT to use in a useful way. They want to give me data. They want to use my dashboards, and I get the data to audit afterwards. That's how we've grown from 4 people to a company of 30 people, plus 7 auditors in the divisions, and we have 2 outsourced partners. That's what our audit function has become. So just work with IT, give them something they like, and then you get your data that you need. Select star is not select star. Somebody was talking about queries running. This one burns. Oh, external audit. Hey, you people, send those juniors, they don't understand. When the security permissions are wrong, I can run the same query for 2 different people and get 2 different results. So make sure that when you're putting something down in the client's environment, you also understand what service accounts are being used and what rights and access it has. Monitoring, expected outcome volume over time. Basically, once you drop a connector and you start getting data, don't presume it's going to stay correct. We started with cybersecurity initially, and we connected to everything, and we were very glad and very proud of ourselves, and we could see all the expected devices, and we sort of left it to run. And we noticed about 3 years in, everybody's results just looked really good. Even the ones that I knew can't be correct. Went and had a look. We were reporting on one device because their security permissions changed, their firewalls changed, and suddenly I couldn't see anything outside the box I'm installed on. Management didn't tell us, but they didn't know. And they didn't want to know because everything looked great. All right, that became an interesting exercise. So today, we have agents running, we check for monitoring, and we do manual input of expectation management. So we actually measure the scope of what we think we should get versus what we do receive, and if that scope is out, it hits their KPIs. So we really integrate very thoroughly now. Remote working was also one of the things that affected us because you're no longer on the same network, so you need to think about that solution. Isolated servers don't have internet access. Jump boxes to send information out, right? Connect monitoring. So just again, don't underestimate connect monitoring, especially if you have a large environment. I have a team that just does that. They monitor connectors and they phone the client if it's off and they ask if they can switch it on again because IT is too busy to do it, so now it's become a function within the company. So just quickly get evidence. Think about what you're trying to prove. Don't just copy and paste last year's working paper and think it's the same. There's lovely examples here earlier on about, am I looking for a signature or am I actually trying to see that something's been authorized? Am I looking at the document to understand the content, or I'm just seeing if some guys ticked it off? Think about what the evidence is that you need to find, and sometimes you'll find changing to logs, for example, work better. We had a company that wanted us to check all their login sheets, like handwritten. And I was like, can I rather just check your tags on your biometric system? It's sorted. All right, validate your collection. So again, you're expecting a certain number of devices or users or whatever, and suddenly you realize it's only half. Professional judgment, go back, go ask. A lot of left joins become joins, and then you lose a lot of data. Transforming evidence is fun. We learned this the hard way. Often it is faster to show a person how to do something in MS Forms than it is to try and teach a bot to learn handwriting. We spent the first year analyzing Metrofile slips to my death. We called ML more learning and more labeling because that's all we did. We just labeled the way. Today's models work much better. You just paste a thing in and it reads it. It's amazing. But it took us a year of our lives reading Metrofile slips. Now we often go and tell the guys, can I show you how to do this? We give them a digital process and all the data is structured. Think about that before just jumping into a machine learning model. It costs money and time. After you transform, if you're doing transformations, you still need to check your totals, records, and counts. If you expect a lot of rows, make sure the rows are there. Just do some validation to make sure your model hasn't thrown anything away. Definitely use confidence level. They are so useful. So what the machine learning does is you can throw something in, it can tell you how confident it is that it got it right. So if it's something that's not very risky, you can go down and say, look, anything below 80% confidence level, I want to see, but the rest is like, I don't care, it's fine. But if it's something that's very risky, like a transaction balance, you can say, hey, look, it's 99% or nothing. And then you just, what it does is, from my point of view, it takes away everything we know is okay, and it leaves you with the exceptions. So you want to talk about sampling, that's what I want to go sample. I want to go look at the stuff that didn't quite conform. And that gives you a lot more coverage at the end of the day. Now, this is the stuff we're busy with. So it's one thing to play on the side, but to build this as an enterprise-ready environment is interesting. So we've mentioned hallucinations today. That the one example was a court case. So the guys went and said, hey, help me prepare for my court case, give me cases that will substantiate my environment. The bot knew to get the proper output. To make the user happy, it needs to give court cases. So it made up a bunch of court cases, and this poor guy went to court with fake court cases. Real story, and a local one. So make sure that you bring that in and that you consider how do you code that out, how do you check that it's valid. Logic errors is fun. So if you check today's model, you can go try it out. I think the prime number is 173. If you go ask ChatGPT, this is a prime number, my first response is yes. Then you use the next step. Are you sure? Then it does some calculation, says no, there's 2 other numbers that can divide into it. It's wrong, it was right the first time. That's today's model. If you went back a couple models, in the beginning you can go 2 plus 2 is 4, and you go 2 plus 3, it tells you it's 7. So why? Because it's an LLM, it's predicting answers, it's not actually calculating it. So what now happens is we start joining code and other functions in. So what I like about Mini 3 is when you start giving it analytics to do, you'll see it'll open a little Python screen. It'll pull in all the packages it needs to use, and pandas and cool animals, and it'll load the data and will actually use an analytical answer, give you the formula, and then produce the output. However, there could still be logic errors. I noticed on my model that it preferred a join. Now, for those that don't work with analytics a lot, if I have 2 data sets and my 2 joins match, that's what I'll get. But if anything doesn't match, it'll drop a record. So then I told it, no, I need all my records, and I started using inner joins and left joins. So now my model's been trained by me to give me the output I expect. But again, how did I pick it up? Because I reviewed, I expected a certain outcome, and I didn't get it. So you need to be logical when you look at it. The bias question earlier on was interesting because it brought me back to some nasty memories. The first version of Alice was racist. Ooh, all those heads just popped up. Yes. So we still use the model. We use machine learning to train it to differentiate between human names and non-human names. We specifically use it to find generic accounts or service accounts, because my IT guys can tell me it's in that OU, but I trust you, the important ones are not there. They're hidden somewhere else. So we train our model to go through the names, find all the non-human names, and then we wanted to know what they're about. All the trading models back in 2016, European. Which country do we live in? Well, there's no Dlaminis in Europe. Every African name got raised as a finding. Yeah, it was nasty. So we went through our universe, we found African names, we retrained the model, and we were proud. Then someone from Japan phoned, and we ran the model there. Every single Japanese got raised, because we don't have Zhu, Zi, Za as a name in our catalog. So today we use a combination of analytics and ML, which is a good lesson to learn, because the first thing I do is before I even look at the record set, I look at their payroll and I rip out all the existing users. Now I have a small record set to work with, and hopefully my model sorts that out. But that was not a nice lesson to learn. Model drift happens over time. This basically means you have a model that you deploy, especially in the agentic models, and then over time, as context is given by the end user or by us, you'll find that the findings, especially for large calculations, start sort of going off of what you expect it to be. Now, what we're busy with is actually a model that monitors the model to make sure it stays within line, and then certain analytics, so that if there is drift, it's only influenced by the end user, but the internal model doesn't change. So the AI is checking the AI, and then I have an auditor checking the AI. Okay. The next thing we really have to focus on is explainability in audit trails, and this is more difficult. So in our continuous audit platform, that's easy. So we have SQL, we have change control, we store every single output every day. We have the evidence that it's used gets stored. So when the ISO 610 happens, we can give our external auditors the actual evidence received, the actual files that were used, the logic that was used, and they can place reliance on our work, and they can perform their 610 with some reliability. But with AI, it becomes more difficult. But it's not the end of the world, because there are models available. If you actually activate the thinking, like if you want to test it out for GPT, But this model also does it. There's another section where it will actually store what the thinking process was. It will show you the analytics that was run, and then you can go and save that per run. So if you're going to think about using this over time, and you need to go back to specific points in time to point out a specific saving or a specific output, you would want to do what we're basically doing is take that output, store it analytically, take the thinking process, store it analytically, tag all three with the timestamps that you know they're all related. That's why I didn't start with that, because there's a lot of stuff to do. Start by playing, and then you'll get to this fun. The next step was really just, again, check your regulations. They were asking earlier, what is that read thing? It's read AI. I hate it when I go into a meeting and that thing pops up. As a group, I can tell you now, no one's allowed to use it. We actually send out the policy across everybody, because if you can read the terms and conditions, even as a paid user, your meeting is sent to the cloud for training the global model. How scary is that? So be careful. Read the terms and conditions. And in our company specifically, we have a cloud council. So every time somebody wants to use a cloud service, there's a nice little write-up that you have to do explaining what we've looked at. It goes to council. I'm part of that. We review what you want to use, what the terms and conditions are, and what context you're going to use it, and how we're going to monitor it. Then it gets approved. It actually doesn't stop. We've got everything we've asked for, but we thought about it before just going into it and pasting data where it shouldn't go. And it doesn't mean, listen, in my case, if I use ChatGPT, that I can't use it at all for business. I just can't put anything in there that's like a username or credentials or whatever. But I can still use it to help me think and brainstorm. But as soon as I go and I start doing my coding and I need some assistance, whoops, I go back into Copilot, because it's a closed loop. So you can use AI now and it doesn't have to cost you anything. Right, cost benefit, as I said earlier, just make sure you're using the right models. LLM isn't everything. There's cheaper analytical approaches that often is just all you need. And then blended models, that is the way to go. So you'll see when you start reading up on this stuff, we always call it Alice skills. We had little bots. Each one does something very specific. Today they are called agents, and you have a coordinator, and the thing figures out what agent it needs to use. But that's basically what you're going to find in blended approaches. We're almost done. All I want to say is reporting and feedback. Get a report quickly. So if you want to show somebody how cool your thing is that you've made, make it flashy, give it some colors, because the end user doesn't care what it looks like behind the scenes. They don't want to see that workflow we did earlier. They actually want to see a nice report, and if they can chat to it, that's even better. We've learned this time and again, so just make something that the end user can see, and then you'll find the buy-in is there, and it'll give it a lot of leeway to move on to the next steps and potentially get more budget. So I guess, are you ready to try your own continuous audit? I did have some requests to see Alice. So everything I explained is in Alice. So I'm not going to show you all the screens, because that would really be death. But let's quickly just show you what Alice looks like. That's not even a problem. Perfect. Okay. Now we hope I still have power. Yes, I do. 5%. Ooh. Oh, wait. I just changed it. Right. You can imagine when you start doing work in the cloud, especially across so many companies, how important security becomes. So our little audit function now has dedicated CISOs, plus the team, plus guys monitoring this all the time. This is my production environment. You can see all my companies listed. The idea is that I can see everybody, but if somebody else logs in, it's multi-tenanted, they'll only see their company. But it means that I can configure all my connectors out in the environment from a central place for every company. No more VPNs and phoning people. The second thing is that the client can immediately see what outcomes look like, and we actually now share that with the client so that they know what's happening. It's fully transparent. And the guys that want emails every day or want their help desk notified, we have some people that have risk management systems that interface to our system. they get the information in the way they want to. This is really just there for the few guys that actually want to use a UI. So I'm just going to go into, I think Builder, which is my playpen. Okay, yay. Right, so quickly scope. So audits that we constantly now do across the group, we have external threat vulnerability, we have patch management, authentication. The authentication one's cool because it also checks for like breach passwords and stuff. So if you've breached a password and the guy hasn't changed his password, let them know. This one is just a normal user admin. So what we do here is this portal allows us to receive all the different systems for this one company, and then you can actually go and set whether the user needs to be a service account or not, if it's a vendor, when it will run out. Because when we ask the people, please, can I have your service accounts? They're like, oh, I don't have them, please sit next to me. So now we've taken a process that used to be at the end for continuous audit and moved it to the beginning. We told them you have to tell us who your service accounts are, and here's a register that you can use. From our point of view then, just go in, normal accounts get normal audits, service accounts, vendors, and the new version, privileged accounts, they get separate audits because they have other things they need to look at and they don't expire and stuff like a normal account would do. Then all controls look the same. I list my control, which is just this top line. You'll see here there's something marked as old evidence. So we monitor stuff like that. We're expecting evidence to come in now. If it hasn't come in and it's been a day, we let you know. If it's been 2 days, it hits your KPI. Because why are we not getting new evidence? It's easy. In the past, we didn't get new evidence because then I don't get any findings. All right. So then as data comes in, we always store the latest data for the client so they can see it, so they can actually download the file. If they wanted to reperform or they don't know where I'm getting my data from, let me show them. This is just a summary of findings. And then the thing that's important is I don't want to go sit with every person and go ask them, please explain why this line item is an issue. So we give this section over here, which is manage findings. You can go in and on a line item you can say, no, this is okay, and give me a reason. This is where my auditors step in again. The new version of this, my email, or my chat will actually review and see if it makes sense. Then I have auditors, actual people, seeing that we're not typing in rubbish just to bypass the system. Because as soon as I say there's a reason why this is happening, it becomes organizational context. Context goes back into my analytics, and it means that I no longer raise Susan, who's on maternity leave, for not logging in 2 days. That's basically the context. Now, all those different audits, all of them look the same. That's why I didn't start with this, because everything is hidden behind the scenes. We make it simple. This is interfaced with Power BI. So our individual company reports, our data reports, our divisional roll-ups, and our group roll-ups all run fully automated. I used to spend a month and a half doing those roll-ups across the companies. And then some guy at the end says, oh, guys, I forgot about something. This is an exception. Please, can I adjust it? And it takes me another 2 days to do the roll-ups again. Now everything is fully automated. And that's critical because it saves me time. It means I can spend that month automating something else or playing with my bot. Ladies and gents, that's Alice. This is how you automate. This is how you do continuous audits, and I hope you guys all build a bot tonight. Thank you.
Your 20 minutes is long, so I'm going to take 2 questions. So you can have the microphone.
Gustav,
Yes,
thank you so much. I see you've grown so much since our PwC days. You're smarter now.
He's talking about my physique, not my skills.
But on a serious note, I think thank you so much for the demonstration. I think what I want to know is the cost of implementation, because I've seen, even when I do some presentation as well, most people want to know how do you go about doing this and what is the cost of implementation, investment, etc. What in terms of the ballpark figure practically, and also does it depend on how big your organization is? And also something else, as you're going through that, I could pick up, training. Do you guys offer training for someone once they've implemented? How does the training actually work on a practical level in terms of implementing it? Thanks.
Thanks. I think mine is it's a bit simpler. So, as a takeaway for especially people in audit, because we always say these things, they never listen. So what would you say they must learn as a basic skill right now, especially with workflows that can do so much and automate a lot of the processes? Somebody who's currently manual, when you're doing your RFI, you can actually start looking at how to automate RFIs using auto workflows. So what should they be learning as a basic, and what would you recommend? Thanks.
Okay, 2 good questions, or 3. All right, so start with your first 2. Yeah, unfortunately, the answer is pricing depends. So if you're going to go into large volumes and for some reason you put it through an LLM, that's going to cost a fortune. So when we first started the first time, I accidentally left something on a Friday, and when I came back, I'd burned 3 months budget. So I'm glad I'm still here, but it's nasty. It can really, if you don't put controls in, it's a problem. Know that when you set up a resource, you can actually put limits. You can say don't go over 1,000 Rand, for argument's sake. So there are ways to prevent it. I now know. So, but cost-wise, if you have basic licensing, so that automated flow that I use is $15 a month. So we can start with that. Then if you're already on SharePoint, you already have a place where you can put your deposits. If you are going to go into the analytics, I started with SQL Express. SQL Express can take a huge amount of data. It runs on your machine or on the server that they maybe give you, and it costs you nothing. So that's why there's no reason not to start. If you haven't tried, you won't know what will work and won't work. Just start, get a feel for it. Then, when you want to start expanding, you sit with your IT guys. Azure, if you're going to go Microsoft, they give you a calculator. You type in all the resources and tells you this is what it's going to cost you a month. No bill shock at the end of the month. Put in your limits, use a calculator, and you'll be okay. But it can go up into millions. But honestly, that's not the place to start. The place to start is that little $15, the free run SQL Express, which then bridges to what to learn. I still don't understand why I get auditors that come to me and they can't script. I don't understand. It is the simplest thing to do. You can go and get free resources online to do it. You can follow YouTube channels that tell you exactly how to do it. And if you really want to, you can ask ChatGPT. And it will actually explain to you how to script. Basic scripting, just to get going. Because then you understand how to at least interrogate my data and how to understand what it is. Then you can go into something like the flow if you want to. I would love an auditor that understands how to use Python. If I can do something, I'd ask for Python. Why? It's universal code. ChatGPT is really good at it. There are a lot of universal resources, and as soon as you go to big data, like real data sets, even SQL becomes slow. But you throw that thing into a Panda, it gives you answers in seconds. So my ideal case is start small with scripting, then try and, if you're going to go really hardcore analytics, get your Python going, and then all these other things. Do you see any coding? What did I do? I copy and pasted a couple of scripts. Guess where I got them from? Copilot. So I didn't even have to actually code. I had to do it to troubleshoot. So that's why when I release the version for you, I'll put the code in there so you can copy and paste. But that's literally what you have to do. All right. Thank you.
Any last minute final question? Oh, all right, good. Thank you. Oh, sorry, please come back for your gift. Is it? It's loaded. All right. Sorry, let me just take this. Okay, our last speaker, our closing address, our closing keynote, international keynote, is Professor Mehmet Kgorong, who is the Chief Public Accounts Auditor of the Ministry of Treasury and Finance in Turkey. He is also a part-time lecturer at Anthem University and earned his master's degrees in technology management at the University of Illinois, the College of Business there in 2012, and completed his doctorate in political science and public administration at Akara Haki Valley University. Prof, you are at the tail end, and you are not going to have any questions. You can close, you can say whatever you like about everybody here, and whatever you have heard today. So will help us to round off the day. Let's welcome our international keynote.
Thank you, Professor Tabani. Dear distinguished guests, good afternoon. I warmly greet you all. It's really a great honor to be here in multicultural country, often celebrated as Rainbow Nation. My name is Mehmet Kgorong. Professor explained me. I've been working at Ministry of Treasury and Finance in Turkey. I am also a member of the Public Accounting Standard Board. I continue alongside with my professional issue. I give part-time lecture at university, but I am not a popular academician like you, like Professor Miklos. What a young and energetic professor. Your students are very lucky. Today, I'm gonna talk about the IT implementation and AI practices in my countries, specifically from the General Directorate of Public Accounts in our ministry. Before I talk about the IT and AI implementation practices, I just want to say something about some theoretical framework, because I want to put my presentation on the broad concept and I will talk about the Turkey public financial management reform. Here is the theoretical framework. As a scientific aspect, all social science derive from the philosophy economics, from the economic business and accounting and auditing. As a scientific aspect, actually, there is no linear relationship, but I just want to show the relationship between accounting and auditing. You know, if you think about the auditing company, if they carry out the financial audit activities, they completely focus on the financial reports produced by the accounting data, you know. Here is the other background information about my presentation. I just want to show the public sector capacity to you. You know, the data start with 1870. If you look at the downline, you will see the average figures. Within the GDP, the total percentage of public expenditure is around 10%. After the economic crisis and the world wars, it increased and reached the 45%. This is really huge capacity within the economy. So here is the more recent data from the European Union countries. If you look at the top line, you will see the average figures. It covers 10-year periods. So all periods, it exceeds the 45%. If you look at the COVID condition period, it exceeds the 50%, and if you look at some specific country, it exceeds 60%. It is really huge capacity within the economy. It explained to us why we need to be transparent, accountable. In order to be transparent and accountable, we need to create information. Accounting system is the one of the information system that help this process, and also quality of the accounting data, auditing activities is very crucial. Here is the agency theory. It is also background information. You know, if we think about the public sector, as a principle, citizens give their power to the agent, maybe parliament. Parliament give their power to the executive branch and the bureaucracy. They bought something by using the citizens' fund, money, you know. Within this system, we have some problem. You know, there are asymmetric information we have in this system. Because of this problem, agent can manage asymmetric information and hide their behavior. Normally, agent have to behave what principal want, in the way what principal want. However, because, as I said, they can manage the asymmetric information and hide their behavior, act. In this condition, audit activities is necessary for the monitoring operations on the agents. So it is one of the reasons why we need audit activities in the public sector, one of the explanation way. This is the historical change from the brown. You know, audit activities firstly focus on all detail, fraud activities. After the industrial revolution, you know, transaction increase. It was not easy to focus all transaction. So sampling, materiality, testing methodology, and right now risk-based implementation and AI implementation emerged. So in the historical period, everything changed, and also auditing activities changed. Here's the other data from the Frayne and Osborne. You will see together accountants and auditors here at the downline. They focus on some occupations and measure the occupations, whether they are proper to use technology, software, and use the zero for not computerizable professions. One represent computerizable occupations. Here is the accountants and auditors score, 0.94. It's almost 1. It's prone to use computer and software system and technology. I moved to the Turkey's reform in the public financial management system. We use the same accounting, actually not accounting, public financial management law in 70 years, almost 70 years, just minor change with it. However, the big change started with the 1990. We changed completely our accounting system from the cash base to the accrual base. It is really important change and force the other reforms. And the last important time was in the 2003. Actually, we are the candidate country of European Union. In order to harmonize our public financial management system, we completely enacted new public financial management and control law in that time. So Turkey, after that time, after these reforms, Turkey right now more close to the international implementations. Actually, we have our reform contain main 3 components. Here is organizational update, regulations, and also we set IT infrastructure. So here is the general government sector of Turkey. So we use the same classification, system of national accounts supported by the OECD, IMF, World Bank, European Commission, and others. We use the same classification. Central government, social security institution, and we have local administration. Local administration is more than 2,000 administration here. However, they use just 10% of total general government resource. Here is the spending process in Turkey. Firstly, maybe in all country, we have similar process. Maybe for the central government, Grand National Assembly of Turkey have to approve our budget, and our spending authority make decision to spend money, and realization staff make market research and buy something and collect all documents related to these activities and send to the financial control staff. They make some control on the documents and move all documents to our accounting units. Accounting units pay the money to the third party and also make additional control and also create accounting records, which is the base for our financial reports. So here is the other organizational update. Our general directorate is has a main responsibility to regulate our accounting system and also collect the GFS, government finance statistics data, and publish them periodically, and give service as an accounting unit for the general budget sector. The other organization is Public Accounting Standard Boards. Our general director is one of the natural president of this board. We harmonized the public sector accounting standards published by IFAC IPSAS board. We harmonized 32 public sector accounting standards, which is necessary for the accrual-based accounting. Here is the Turkey position. It is maybe former documents. We use the accrual accounting system in the world. And also we harmonize the public sector accounting standards and by using our own needs and publish for our local context. So the other update is related to our infrastructure, IT infrastructure. Before this time, 1995, we used some primitive and local IT systems. It doesn't cover all country. With this system called Sayikibini, intranet base, it covers all country. 1,660 accounting units use it. 11,000 users use this system. And we produce 15 million transactions a year. It was really a big challenge for us, but it was in the current condition, it is not enough. This project also gets some awards, successful team of the year, and also e-transformation leaders in our country. And also, this after these reforms, Turkey, these reforms made Turkey to be among the 24 countries which is produced highly extensive information. So in 2016, we made decision to develop our IT systems. It is integrated financial information system covered by all component of the public sector, public financial management system, like cash management, debt management, asset management, accounting management, budget management. And also we produce, by using this system, our financial reports and share third parties and grant National Assembly and also citizens and the civil society. This is the general budget chart of account. I just want to show the detail. Excel sheet include more than 12,000 accounting sub-detail. You can imagine we can produce really important detailed reports by using this classification. So here is the summary of the system. 400,000 users use this system. 4,000 accounting units use the system. 95,000 spending units use this system, and 497 public administration use this system. Within the central government, all public administration use this integrated financial management information system. We keep data on it. We produce 130 million accounting records and 3 million personal salary, 5.5 million e-signed document and 10 million e-invoice, and related document with this accounting data. You can imagine the detail that we need to make auditing activities. So here's some screen from our system. Actually, last month we made decision to force our local administration to use this system. This system also open source system and no company dependency. So some countries like Azerbaijan want to use this system. We will transfer to them to use this system. So this is general, we produce it for the general purposes. We start with the spending stage and completed the accounting unit. We also use this system for our auditing activities. We can use some filter by using this system. We can take some reports from this system. But as I said, we produce this system for the general purpose to manage all public financial management system. It is not created just audit activities. We need to create and use some other software system. I just want to show the audit bodies, general audit bodies in Turkey, Supreme Audit Institution as an external unit, service to the Grand National Assembly. Within our ministry and the administration, we have internal audit and inspection units. In the presidency, there is State Supervisory Council, coordinate all auditing activities. Within our ministry, we are working on specifically public accounting data, and we conduct some specific audit activities like saving money, the others type of audit activities. And we took advantage to set some software system. I'm sorry, we organized the European Union project. This is the last project. This one is the last project. One of the components of this project was related to audit activities. So we worked with the Ernst Young, the 1.8 million euros budget we have. We bought IDEA software system, computer assist audit tool, and we create 200 audit scenario for within this project. So to be honest, here is the idea and our scenarios. To be honest, we couldn't use this system effectively because we face some problem. We want to connect directly to our web system. So we made decision to use this business intelligence system. It is in our General Directorate public account. SAP system, we use this system for our auditing activities. We try to set our audit scenario on it. We try to manage our auditing activities by using this system. But we need to time. We need to increase and develop our scenarios. We learn by doing this. So this one is our last project, actually. This is AI project, a machine learning project. My colleague used the unsupervised and supervised and semi-supervised learning algorithm for this. We use completely accounting data. we made agreement with the Scientific and Technological Research Council in Turkey. They are public administration also. But they have really important knowledge about the technology. We made agreement cover 1 year, so it is completed in July. Maybe my colleague said that we need to extend a little bit. I will show some our objective, our finding, and our results of this project. So at the beginning of the project, we have some objectives, you know, supporting expenditure system, performance-based expenditure, you know, supporting decision-making process, and supporting risk-based audit activities we want to set with this project. And we also want to have open source code analysis platform and early warning system by using this software system. Here is the architecture of AI project. You know, it is not easy directly to work on the streaming data. You know, we don't want to interrupt our operational system. It is not easy. Our operation cover all country. So we have 3 components in this project: data collection, batch data operations, and service layer. We collected data from the database system and use Postgre for this section. In the batch data operation, we firstly try to make cluster for public administration, public accounting units, and spending units. By understanding the cluster, we will, at the next step, we will understand the deviation from the cluster. And we try to set on it trend analysis in order to follow the public expenditure within the 5-year periods. So, and we also try to add risk analysis formula on it. And at last, we want to set dashboard, I will show you, for the top managers and also our experts. So here is the clustering methodology of us. We use 194 features for the public administration, 287 features for the spending units, I am sorry, 409 features for accounting units. These features, I will show some of them. It depends on the database system, actually. This is the first results of us. We made cluster, and we've seen the deviation from the cluster. My colleague said that last week we tried to use NLP system and set NLP system on it because our administrations are in the same classification. However, sometimes their name is different. So maybe we need to improve by using NLP system in order to create more accurate cluster. So here is some example from our database system. We use number of journal entries, total number of files, number of personnel, etc. by setting cluster. So as I said, it depends on the database system that you use. So here is the anomaly part. We use As I said, we did not work on the streaming data. We use 5 years spending data, 7 terabyte data, covering five years. We use some formula for the standard deviation in order to understand the expenditure position, whether it shows the deviation or not. So here's the early results of us. If the average distribution of the payment amount in 3-month periods is above a certain standard deviation, this situation is evaluated deviation. And get like this graph and point, you can go this point and see the detail and understand what should do after this solution. You know, I mentioned about the big data, more than 100 million accounting data and related document. We have still big data. We need to have narrow data in order to focus specific and risky areas. So in order to narrow all data, we use some risk calculation formulas. For baseline risk formula is about clustering and deviation. Cluster distance enhanced formula is about the distance from cluster. Standard deviation based formula, we use 3-level standard deviation formula, and we use weight combination formula, you know, for the trend deviation, cluster deviation, and the payments. The critical thing, critical issue is to have less data to focus. So here is some solution. My colleague also, I will show in the next slide. Here is the signal for us. Deviation from cluster or trend, we have yellow flag and add risk score on it. If we have deviation from the cluster and trend, we have red flag and add risk formula on it. This is our methodology in order to understand the risky area. So this is early stage signal to us. It is separated for the units. So almost 75% data is normal. There is no problem about it. There is no deviation. There is no clustering problem about it. Around 21% data has trend anomaly. Around 1% data has cluster anomaly. Less than 1% data has trend and cluster anomaly. Actually, we still have big data. We still have too much data. Maybe not big data, I'm not sure. My colleague checked this solution and compared the former situations in order to understand whether our solution is useful or not. So here is the filter areas of our dashboard system. You can choose the year. You can choose any administration on this system. You can choose any account. You can also determine the risk degree and make filter, and you can get the results by using this filters area. So here is the summary screen. This is Turkey map. The dark areas represent the risky administration, you can go there and maybe you can find the risky areas or administration. You can also use the left side for the filters, additional filters in this dashboard. You can also, there is a table on the down. However, I'm sorry, it is in Turkish. I will show the detail of this table. Here is the anomaly with the high spending. So you can see all the detail on this table. The year, administration, and expenditure amount, and related accounts, and the degree of the cluster anomaly and the trend anomaly on it. And you can make additional research by using this data. So here is the summary screen. I'm sorry, detailed screen. You can. This is just visual. I want to show you. This is the map, past graph you can use, and you can also use additional filter areas depending on your needs. It depends on the auditor. Actually, it depends on the users, experts. You know, you can make additional search by using this system. So here is also another visual position from our dashboard. In the top line, you will see the average line in different colors. In the red colors, you will see the problematic areas and point. If you go there, you will see the detail, average, and the deviation position. By this is maybe useful for our top managers, some others, you know. Actually, we want to set this system on our daily operations. The AI learn by themselves and create some solution for us. We want to use this system for on the streaming data, and we want to set early warning system on it, on our operational system. We want AI predict public expenditure for the future. Maybe any spending unit try to spend anything. We want them to see our notification on the screen. There is a deviation about this transaction. It is not easy to block all implementation. You know, we have different type of spending character, you know, features. It is not easy to block their implementations, but we want to show some notification to them. They will understand that there is a problem about this transaction, and maybe they will write something about the justification, you know, and we can track. We can follow them. This will be track for us. And also we have some solution that we produced our formal audit activities. We found some irregular transaction, irregular implementation. We tried to learn AI and force it to predict irregular transaction by itself, you know, for the future. We know it is not easy, but we said we get some solution. We continue on it step by step. This is our last idea that we want to get, but it is not last if we talk about the technology, you know. So actually, at the beginning of the project, we made decision to make survey. You know, within the literature, we try to make survey to understand the related articles. My colleague collect more than 200 articles related to this topic. However, we need to eliminate them. The first idea that we had to eliminate them and publish and share with an article. However, it is not easy to eliminate and separate all things. So we made decision, we changed our ideas. We made this decision to create another article, AI-powered big data framework for identifying anomalies in Turkey's public administration. It's almost done. We will send to a journal. It will cover all our objectives, our methodologies, our findings, our mathematical models, statistical models. We want to share with third parties, with all countries. This is our experience, but anyone want to use this experience and findings, they can do that actually. So this is our last ideas. Actually, I missed it because I would like to thank you, thank all staff that contributed these activities, and congratulate the Professor Lawrence and Cesar and the other writers for the book, and the speakers. Good luck for the other speakers for tomorrow. As I said, I am really happy to be here, to be with you, and I appreciate for your attention and interest. Thank you so much.
Please give him another round of applause. Thank you, Prof. You've really honored us. Just in case you're confused, he is on the level of the Auditor General in Turkey. So it's not, it's not just a sort of a run-of-the-mill professor, like some of us. It's serious stuff, Fantastic. How was it? Did you enjoy it? Okay, useful. What did you learn today? What's the most outstanding thing? Give me the microphone. You guys have been quiet the whole afternoon.
Put me on the spot. Yes. I have learned that I have a lot to learn. And I must start. So I thought I know a little bit still, but I do not know enough.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I will definitely want to go on more courses, and that's the only way.
There are actually some online. They say, crash course on AI for 3 weeks.
Yes.
And sometimes you give up after the first 2 days. You say, oh my God. But you don't have to register for a PhD for that now.
Yeah.
You can just open your mind.
Yeah, I'm at a stage that I maybe don't know what I don't know. So I must get to that level.
Wonderful. Takeaways?
What I've taken away from this is that Turkey is at an advanced stage in the public sector in terms of implementing AI, and it's something that we can copy as South Africa. You know, yeah, we are working on a project, continuous auditing in the public sector, and we are working with some of the professors in Turkey, and we're hoping that we'll at some point be at the level where they are.
You are telling us today about that tomorrow. So one of our speakers tomorrow, she will educate us. Final comment before we go home. There's tea and coffee after this. I hope you don't have a program that I have. My program says there's cocktails, but apparently it's just tomorrow. Yeah? Please make sure you come back.
I think what I've learned, these people are not working in silos. They are working together where information is centralized and can be evaluated and analyzed. I think obviously like what they are doing for AG when it's going to Parliament, they incorporate all the reports in one. So I think for me, it's really what we need to do so that we can see a bigger picture and also we can eliminate the gaps and the risks that we are seeing. Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think it was a good day. Let's reconvene tomorrow at 8:30. We're starting at 8:30. The only thing that can make us not start at 8:30 will be if our speaker is late. But it says here I'm the first speaker, so I won't be late. So at 8:30, what we're going to do is, it says here that I must recap day one. You know, the 2-day conferences are very interesting. I must tell you what you already know what happened today. I mean, it's crazy. So what we will do is, that homework that I gave you, we're starting with it tomorrow morning. We're going to go table by table, and we're going to talk about takeaways in terms of, what do you call it, action, Prof. What must happen next? Because this is where we fail. We converse, you know, universities like colloquiums, dialogues. We actually have a whole business just on dialogues, by the way, just to do a commercial break. There's a business called Frank Dialogue, and we have been running it. It's our most profitable business. Because people gather and talk and talk and talk, and we charge them for it as they do that, right? So I know this thing. So what we have tried to change in that model is to say, why are we gathering and to what end? In other words, there could be stuff that can come out of here that could inform the curriculum, for example, right? To say, this is how we can shape the curriculum. Now, the people who write the curriculum maybe are not here. They didn't think it's an important conference. So it means that coming out of here, you can have a report that is directed at the curriculum committee and say, hey man, we had this beautiful conference, here are the resolutions that are suggesting add 1, 2, 3 on the curriculum. Isn't it? And I can go on and on, but all I'm trying to say is make this count, make this symposium count. You say it's an inaugural one, then it must count so that when you ask money for the next one, you are able to account, right? To say, oh, by the way, after that last one, this is what happened. It triggered this. It triggered that partnership. It triggered, this kind of information sharing. Okay, so tomorrow morning, the first 30 minutes, we are working very hard. If Professor King is late, he will find us having tea. He'll join us whenever he joins us. But 8:30, I'm standing here tomorrow. Please make sure you are on time. It was wonderful working with you today. Thank you, and please drive safely. Go to home.